and then after which we get to have a health break. So photo session will be exactly 5 minutes. Then we get to have that health break. And then we get to listen to the keynote remarks, because when you are listening to remarks made by Professor Hickey, we need the freshness of dew on grass. And that's why we need to have ourselves out a bit. So when we come back, distinguished guests that have this info pack, I am guided that we will come to a room here to my right for your refreshments, just 10 minutes, and then we get to listen to the incomparable Professor Hickey's. So we are free to adjourn for the photo session. Oh, okay, yes. Through the staircase? Okay. Yeah. And then the rest of us, our health break will be guided by our protocol team at the back after the photo session.
Very serious one. You didn't tell me. Yes.
Hey, hi, how are you? See, I'm wondering how you, how was that seeing you? No.
Yeah. It's been a ride. I guess I had to go to that place to get to this one. Now, some of you might still be in that place. You're trying to get out. Just follow me. I'll get you. Try and read my lyrics off of this paper before I lay them. But don't take this thing out these words before I say them. This ain't no way I'm gonna let you stop me from crossing me. I'm gonna say I'm gonna do something, I do it. I don't give a damn what you think. Doing this for me. It's the fuck the world feeding beings. It's cats up. It thinks it's stopping me. I'm gonna be what I set out to be. Without a doubt, undoubtedly. And all those who look down on me, balcony. No advance to plus, no trying to fucking wide. From infinite down to the next.
My name is Michael Orangi. I'm the country director for Rainforest Alliance, of also overseeing operations in Tanzania. And we work together with AMID as a partner, whereby we sponsored 3 AMID students who have successfully completed the AMID program through Radboud University and the University of Nairobi. I think the AMID program is really a good program in that it's bringing the elements of, students who are already engaged probably in a work program and are already, engaged in kind of solving a particular problem, but also solving that problem while also performing, work through the experience. So it's not easy to get such a kind of a program, because most of the programs that run is you get a particular profession that addresses a particular line, but in terms of what AMID is bringing across is quite opening the space that you even bring students together to tackle various problems and engage them collectively with their employers or their supervisors, and they look at a broad spectrum of looking at challenges and looking at opportunities, which is very rare to find in other programs like the normal academic programs, where somebody wants to narrow down into soil science and research, but this is a bit broad and looking at more of other spaces. Yeah, what I like most about the AMID program is that it is a work, a learning while you're working program, because students are first of all recruited with organizations like the organization I work for as Rainforest Alliance, and in conjunction with the university, in kind of a tripartite arrangement, and they work in a way as they are solving a particular problem within their scope, but again also work together with other students to look at a bigger picture. And the way I like the way the program operates, unlike what we normally are used to, like field attachment or internships with specific scope, this is quite opened up. But also the fact that it is work related, so there is the experience part of it, there is the problem solving part of it, and also the way it is choreographed, that the organizations or supervisors who are employers also supervise the students as they deliver on their agreed scope and targets and KPIs, but also attending school at the same time, like the way it is designed, like 4 days in in work and then 1 day in school. So they integrate kind of what they learn in the workspace as well, and the way it's structured. Of course, what I like also is when you talk of an AMID committee, that it constitutes both students and their lecturers, and they have a board of advisory. I mean, it's really well choreographed, well structured, that tries to meet the challenges of international development and the corporate movement space. I want to tell students that this is quite a wonderful program. And indeed, it has shown us that you can use, students even to solve some of the, challenges within organizations, because young minds, again, are kind of innovative and they think outside the box, and you come out with solutions that the technocrats in the organizations cannot even think about. And I want to cite an example for our organization, Rainforest Alliance. Out of the 3 AMID students we had, there was one who excelled so well, brought about some solutions, and we've even absorbed him even at a senior level. I mean, from a trainee, our entry point is normally as an associate level or an officer level, but we took him to a senior associate position because of his intellect, his intuitiveness, his innovativeness, and I think this is the way to go going forward.
AMID Young Professionals program was conceived in the Netherlands 25 years ago. But as the University of Nairobi Institute for Development Studies, we have been partnering with Radboud since 2020. So far we have had 2 cohorts that have graduated, and this year, towards the end, in December, we'll be graduating our 3rd cohort. So the Institute for Development Studies at the University of Nairobi is a center of excellence when it comes to training of postgraduate studies in international development. But most of this has been focused on trainees that are based in Kenya, though we always have international students joining the program. But with the collaboration of Radboud University since 2021. Now we have a real international class where we have students that are based here in Kenya, in Nairobi. We have a few from the region and also joining colleagues based in the Netherlands. We are training what you call change agents. These are young people that are engaged in various roles in the field of international development. These are young people that are working with government, they're working with civil society, they're working with NGOs. And the idea is to introduce them, to have them network, to have them exposed to various challenges that practitioners of international development are faced with. We always pride ourselves as the Armed Young Professionals Program to train change agents. So these are people who are going to be at the heart in terms of providing solutions to the challenges that the African continent, for instance, faces when it comes to development, whether we are talking about unemployment, whether we are talking about climate.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Let us take our seats and proceed with the program in the interest of time. Let us take our seats. Perhaps it's reasonable for me to say good after tea. I hope you enjoyed it. All right. Just before we get to move quickly to the next session, permit me to acknowledge the presence of various partners who are working jointly with IDS, particularly those who deserve distinguished mention and appreciation of IDS for the support to make sure that this event today becomes material. We have got Forum CIV, we have got ACT, Afrobarometer, CRDD, that's Center for Research and Development in Drylands, African Leadership Center, and the Volvo Research and Educational Foundations. Those are key partners. We've got still other partners who have made this event possible and a success. We have got the Africa Leadership Center, as I've mentioned. We have got University of Nairobi Alumni Association, the Prospect Peace Institute Africa. We've got Master of Global Challenges Program by IDS and Radboud University. And then we've got also the WOSWA, Women Students Mentorship Association. IDS appreciates the partnership of all partners and all organizations that are here today, represented by various persons. I'd also like to mention that at the registration desk, you could access the QR code, and through that code, you can access the photos, videos, and use them for your social media engagement. And even when you want to write articles later, citing and mentioning the events of the day, the remarks that have been made here by the representative of the Vice Chancellor, the management of the university, please let the world know that IDS is marking a very big day today. So I think we'll move on. Ladies and gentlemen, in the course of academic and human life, when excellence by its nature matches talent, distinction usually is what becomes the identity of a person. That kind of identity is what we have in a great speaker that we are going to have for the session after tea. Please, let's have everybody take a seat, then we get to proceed. Let's take our seats so that by the time the keynote speaker starts, we have limited movement. Yeah, so we get to proceed.
We are also very proud of this.
The IDS, since its establishment and its leadership, believes that a sound nation can only be made possible when it's informed by data, when policies are informed by data and research, as it was indicated quite eloquently early in the morning by Professor Karuti Kanyinga. It is what the Latin always refer to as mens sana in corpore sano, sound mind in sound body. Ladies and gentlemen, the speaker who is taking the podium this moment is a distinguished professor, celebrated, done lots of work here in Kenya and in the region, in the East African Peninsula, across Africa, and globally. He's written a lot, published a lot, and the footprints of his works are works that staff, students, alumni of IDS, research institutions, and development agencies continue to celebrate. He is well-spoken, well-read, well-researched. And I think it is at this moment that, like Timothy sat at the feet of Paul of Tarsus, we all gather to sit and listen to the great remarks of Professor Hickes.
That's quite a bit of pressure. Good afternoon. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. This is really a great privilege, and I want to thank Professor Kamau and his colleagues at the Institute for Development Studies, Nairobi, for this invitation. I thought I knew quite a bit about IDS Nairobi, but I must admit I'd fallen short, and this morning's wonderful celebrations from so many different partners helped update me on something that had been going on for quite some time. Now, it also gave me a lot of encouragement. I'm not quite as old as IDS. I've entered my 6th decade, and I've not been looking forward to finishing it. But now I learn that what will greet me is perfection when I become 60. So this I look forward to. In fact, I'm only half as old as IDS within development studies. So I came into development studies in the mid-1990s, and it's fair to say I've been learning from IDS ever since. So those of you, and many in this room, will remember that development studies was only then emerging from a different type of crisis. I'll talk about today's crisis shortly. But there was a crisis of development theory, the impasse, which IDS and Kenya had a great deal to say about. The Kenya debate on the possibility of capitalism in the global periphery, which went on in the 70s and 80s, pretty much laid to waste what we thought we knew about development, about the grand narratives of development. And that was the point I came in and started to rethink and have to rethink development. And I've been learning via the professors here ever since. IDS has kept itself relevant up until the current day. Each of the current and past directors work on the most pressing development challenges of the day, whether Professor Kayinga's work on the politics of development, Winnie Matula's work on urban change, one of the most profound challenges that Africa is going through, and the challenge of globalization and integration into global value chain from Professor Kamau. I've not just learned about the what of development studies from IDS. I've been learning much more about the how. How should a development studies institute operate? What does it take to be relevant at the current juncture? And the work that's been hinted at today, the relevance of its connections into policy and practice, the relevance of its global connections, south to north and south to south, and its connections across the University of Nairobi, well beyond the social sciences and humanities. These are all things I'll come back to in my talk about the relevance of development. And I hope I'll be able to persuade our colleagues here to join me in 2 years' time when my own institute has a celebration. We turn 80. What happens after perfection at 60? What happens when we get... We'll find out. But as long as you're there to see us through it, that would be a very welcome privilege. Okay. This is the front cover of Foreign Policy, an influential magazine that occupies the minds of people on the east coast of America when they think about developments. And if you pick this copy up or have a look at it online, you may not have come today. It proclaims the end of development. The end not just of development as an industry in terms of development cooperation, but of development as a legitimate field of knowledge production and academic pursuits. I'll go on to say a bit more about the terms of this crisis and why these claims are being made at the moment. But I want to say it's something that we should take seriously. It's not something we can work around, pretend isn't happening. It's something we have to confront. As we did in the 90s when the crisis of development theory hit. And I think I'm going to be quite a bit provocative in how we need to do this, but I think also I want to reach back into the history of development studies, some of which has been touched on this morning, to make the case that if we rethink our history as a field, we aren't a discipline, we're an interdisciplinary field, then we have many of the clues that we need to renew and rethink and become, and this may be stretching it for some people not in development studies, to become the most relevant academic field for the current moment of how to deal with what geopolitics and the state of the world is throwing at us at the current moment. Let's wind back a little bit. We have, oh, too fast. Okay. So 10 years ago, when IDS was celebrating its 50th anniversary in 2015, it was the birth of the Sustainable Development Goals, the climate agreement in Paris, the IDS Summit on Finance. Things seem to be moving towards a more progressive, somewhat Southern-led agenda of development. And as the main piece in the Foreign Policy magazine points out, this world has changed dramatically. We're not just talking about Donald Trump's rejection of the SDGs in March this year, but very few people would argue we're in a similar position. So we're not in a world in which the future is mapped out in terms of universal norms or brightly coloured SDG targets and cute infographics. We're not so much in a world where development is about rights or about poverty reduction. We're in a world where development is about power over resources, the ability to resist the influence of others, to have security, and to assert one's own zone of control. Development in this sense is not just about ticking boxes and chasing targets. It is inherently and necessarily political and geopolitical. I want to argue that this is partially the case, and it's significantly true. Development needs to have politics at its centre. I say this not just to keep Karuti happy or myself, who both were trained in politics. This is about the political. Every discipline has something to say about power and control. But this is not just about the politics of the real world. It's also about the politics of knowledge production and whose knowledge counts within development studies, which has been a key area of crisis for the field and which we also need to come together and address. And I'll argue that development studies does have a future. It can confront the crisis. If it does so, in three particular ways. There's multiple responses to the crisis, and I'm going to argue for one particular way forward. But I'll need your help with that. You're going to have to decide which way forward we go. The next phase involves at least three moves. We need a new geopolitics of knowledge production. We need to redefine what we mean by development. And we need a new commitment to interdisciplinarity with politics at the core. And I'll say a little bit about what that means for development studies, and an even smaller amount what it means for development cooperation and development practice to take us forward. So development in crisis. We have three different types of crisis. On the first one is linked to the so-called polycrisis. The second is a crisis of governance, global governance, and the third is a knowledge legitimacy crisis. So let's take each of those in turn briefly. The long distance clicker is working temperamentally. There we go. Okay, so let's start on the left. The polycrisis, a term that was coined in the 1970s and gained global attention in 2022 at the World Economic Forum. And it refers to a series of crises besetting the global economy in terms of slowing growth and inflation, environmental crisis around the climate emergency, geopolitical crisis, this I'll go on to say more about, and also technological and societal crisis, with new forms of technology upending or threatening to upend the ways in which we work. Now, this was the point of the polycrisis, is that these are not individual crises, but they arrive at more than the sum of their parts. They have a more significant influence than any single one. But it's interesting, this was raised at the World Economic Forum by an economic historian, a British one, based on the east coast of America. It was quite a Western, gloomy sense of the world, informed by the financial crisis and its fallout, the pandemic and its fallout, and the failure of Western governments and societies to deal, as well as many countries in the global south dealt with the pandemic. The language of polycrisis was not taking off in Beijing at this particular moment. The second crisis is the one heralded by the man who should be nameless in the top right of our screen there, who not just destroyed US aid with direct effects in Kenya, and rescinded himself from climate Paris agreements and the 2015 agreements on SDGs in March this year. He's just a symbol. He is just he's helped to accelerate processes that were already deeply embedded. The shifting patterns of power and wealth in the world, the decline of the West, the rise of the East, were already well in play and visible in terms of where wealth was being accumulated and distributed long before this. And it's seen itself in the declining power of the liberal international order, which, as we know, is not always very liberal, as people in Iraq and Afghanistan would declare. And this is a legitimacy crisis of global governance, of that order. Again, we could call it a crisis that is peculiarly Western in nature, even if the effects are felt in the global south as well. And the third area is a crisis of legitimacy within the field of development studies, but more broadly across social sciences. The decolonial challenge, which is insisting that Western control over the means of knowledge production is no longer legitimate. If you have a world in which a previously humiliated and colonized power is now the one lending into European countries to support their infrastructural development plans, what sense do we have in having control of knowledge production in the West? And so we have people within development studies at our annual conference last year arguing that the term development was no longer valid and we should abandon it and move away from it. It's this very notion, it's a disempowering construct which seeks to only establish the power of the West and of Western modernity and cast the other as catching up and only being in its image. So what I want to be clear about here is that this crisis is profoundly political at every level. It is geopolitical, it's a crisis of governance, it's a crisis of the politics of knowledge production. But it is also peculiarly a Western crisis. And it doesn't mean that the very notion of development and development studies need to share that same legitimacy crisis. There are ways forward if we look away from the way in which the West has controlled the agenda. So how should we, as a field of development studies, respond to the crisis? We have 4 options, and you get to vote in these. We get to abandon development. Is one position, and I'll say a bit more about each of these. We get to maybe move away from normative thinking into a very realist perspective of development. So that's our second option. Our third is to double down, to hope that these things change. We can ride it out. Trump has just over 3 years to go. Things might get better. Or we could go with the fourth option, to renew and rethink. So let's just talk about each of those a little bit, and you can vote for each one as we go. So abandonment. For this approach, we need to reject the notion of development. This is a construct which has no legitimacy moving forward. Arturo Escobar has already been cited today by our colleague Jackson as arguing that we need to move into not a universal model of thinking about development, but a pluriversal way of thinking. This involves drawing on indigenous forms of knowledge production in the global south, stressing things like buen vivir in Latin America or Ubuntu within Africa, and moving away from notions of progress or even growth. So principles of degrowth, of circular economies, a major focus on sustainability and the good life. Does that sound good? Who wants to vote for this one as a way forward? No, nobody. Okay. Arturo would be very, very disappointed. Okay, so maybe you're realists. Maybe you're in the second camp. Okay, so this is the realist response. The realist response is possibly most vividly there in the language of resilience. That if we're living in a world of polycrisis, what we need to do is to prepare ourselves for these shocks and crises, batten down the hatches, strengthen our systems, see off the polycrisis. And you see this in the return of realist forms of international relations, identifying that we're going to move into a new era of spheres of influence, as the map suggests. Well, we'll be somehow carved up between a Western or Eastern or some hybrid middle order set of control, spheres of control and influence. This means that for a replacement of concerns with peacekeeping with a focus on security, replacement of thinking of development with a focus on aid and humanitarian relief. Although, of course, we know in reality this also means, as we've also heard, the removal of aid and its transference into supporting security in Western Europe to support itself against the threat of Russia on the eastern flank. But who's feeling like realism is the logical response to the moment we find ourselves in? Nobody again. Okay. Okay, there's some people will be again. The Stockholm Centre for Global Resilience won't be happy with this. I'll share the email list for their circulation in case they can have another go though. Okay, let's try again. Third one. This is the doubling down. Okay, so this is the idea that the liberal international order is in trouble, but it won't be entirely swept away. The US remains too powerful. Look at its control over finance. The dollarized global economy is too powerful to be swept away anytime soon, even if it's losing out in other areas of digital infrastructure, trade, and so on. The dollar may be declining, but it's still very powerful. The ideas that underpin the liberal international order will maintain themselves because many powers beyond the West have a stake in that system. Think of Japan or Taiwan, who want that system given what's happening in their neighborhood. So Eikenberry argues that there is too many vested interests for the liberal order to fail. And if you look at where the economics Nobel Prize has been going recently, you'd think that this is also an area of doubling down. The Acemoglu, Johnson and Robinson, who won in 2024 for their work on which form of colonialism was better for Africa than the other. Interesting moment to be awarding in that direction. And the idea that liberal inclusive institutions were the answer. But even a few years before that, in 2019, admittedly before some of these crises had hit, awarding it to Duflo, Banerjee and Kepler, who were the architects of RCTs, experimental economics, which is closely tied to the idea of development as aid, Western-driven aid. Who else can afford RCTs? And so on. And again, it seems somewhat anachronistic in the current setting. And as the Kenyan commentator Ken Apalo has mentioned, no country ever got entirely rich with aid and RCTs. So who's on board with this version, the doubling down? Professor Chege and others? Not many. Okay. Now I must admit I've tilted things a little bit. I should have changed the titles of these because I've given a big clue as to which are the ones I'm going to argue for in the title. So this is, I think we tell our students not to do this, don't we? Don't use persuaders. Let the evidence speak for itself. And I'll try and do that next. But the approach that I want to argue for is one that's been led from global South thinkers. Perhaps the most direct of these to take on the language of polycrisis is Wen Ang, a Chinese political economist at Johns Hopkins, again on the East Coast, who argues for the world of polytunity, that we must grasp this moment of crisis as a moment of opportunity to rethink, to reject the ways in which development had been framed, that had been holding us back, and to reimagine development. This is not a post-colonial rejection of the notion of development, but a post-colonial reclamation of the notion of development. She finds support from Amitav Acharya, an Indian historian and scholar of international relations, who I'll come back to later, who argues that development and modernity have never belonged to the West. They always had deeper origins within the global South. And it's there that we can return to reimagine development studies for the future. And it's there within some African responses. Again, Ken Apalo draws on the idea of moving up, using the current moment as one of opportunity to move away from West is best type solutions to contextually driven solution and problem-driven to a problem-driven political economy of developments within which African countries achieve what he refers to as strategic independence of the type that Patrice Lumumba was aiming for. And we heard earlier this morning how that ended. That's what I'm going to argue for. I want to just briefly remind, oh yeah, I forgot to ask, who's going to vote for that one? Yeah, no, it's not fair. The persuader was too strong. I should ask you at the end whether you're convinced, if I've taken you there with the evidence. Okay, so the impasse. So this is an earlier crisis of development studies, one that IDS and Kenya directly informed in terms of the rise and fall of development theory, the work of Colin Lees and others in the 1970s and leading up to later publications. It was also a moment at which the postmodern and post-colonial backlash had started to appear and to challenge the grand narratives of development that were only echoing Western models of development, whether this was modernization, Marxism, or to a lesser extent, dependency theory. Now, what's important about this particular moment is that development studies clearly didn't go away. It's managed to revive itself by rethinking itself as a highly interdisciplinary arena And it wasn't quite like that before to the same extent. It was driven by political economy perspectives. It didn't have much to say about social, cultural, or political aspects of development, still less the environment. But it changed. What didn't change at this time, and this is why we remain in a crisis, is that the geopolitics of development remained driven by the West, and the institutions of global governance remained driven by the West. And it's good to remind ourselves of these different phases of development studies. What I want to argue is that development studies has gone through 3 phases and is entering a 4th phase. And we need a more coherent way of taking us forward. The first response from the impasse was to move away from just a political economy understanding of development as the accumulation of resources and their distribution, to move across to accept that we also needed to understand the meanings that were given to development by people, the social and human dimensions, the importance within this of difference, of inequalities between genders, of ethnicity and religion, and to rethink the cultural knowledge of the cultural politics of knowledge production as well. We also started in the 90s to start thinking about politics a bit more seriously, having been a very marginal concern. They started to have publications on the developmental states. South African political scientist Adrian Leftwich was leading on this. And this started to give me a little bit of hope, because when I came into development studies in the mid-1990s and heard all of this talk of a crisis, I began to think I'd chosen the wrong thing to study. Much as potentially students now at IDS are panicking a little bit if they pick up the edition of foreign policy and hear about the end of development. But things have changed, and development studies needs to move well beyond this particular response into something much bigger. So I'll argue we have these 3 phases, and that we're currently in the final one and need to find a way out of it. The geopolitics and international relations of development has been transformed from the founding moment of development studies. When development studies came along, we were in a world of decolonization, and very swiftly followed by the onset of the Cold War. This was a period of battle between the US and Soviet Union via mechanisms of foreign aid, a very securitized moment in itself, but also a moment in which Third Worldism and Global South agency was very prominent within this moment. The institutions, the Bretton Woods institutions, did not have it all their own way. The Group of 77 proposed a new international economic order, which could have actually had a huge influence on the ways in which the world was organized if things hadn't changed in a particular direction throughout the 1980s. And I'll come back to some of that in the way forward, because there are some echoes of that moment that we need to reclaim. The second phase, which I've termed here international development, from the late 80s to the mid-2000s, this is the period in which the Cold War ends, US hegemony really takes hold. The Soviet Union could never match it economically or militarily. Now the ideological war had apparently been won. We know about the end of history speech by Fukuyama. And we saw the third wave of democracy spreading across the global south. But it was also an era of debt crisis, which gave great leverage to the institutions of global governance, which were then able to reject any claims of the new international economic order in favor of the Washington Consensus, based on free market liberalism, and then, after the Asia financial crisis, a softer version, leading up to the MDGs and the poverty reduction strategy papers, but both within the orbit of debt-based conditionality, which meant that it was a case of countries in the global south taking the medicine, whether it was around neoliberal market policies or around ideas of what types of governance and democracy were required. Now, this is a moment I've termed international development. It's a moment where the focus, the main unit, if you like, shifts away from countries as the drivers of development, which was within classic development studies, to a focus on people who had rights and deserved to have their poverty reduced, irrespective of borders or questions of sovereignty. And this gave great leeway to international financial institutions. So it had a progressive possibility, the focus on poverty and distribution, but it also opened up global South countries to external influence and control, this shift. And I'll argue that it's this moment of international development which is the one that is really in crisis. And what has followed this so far is, I think, to draw on Antonio Gramsci, a political theorist, he refers to it as the interregnum, that we are in between orders, that the old order is dying, but it cannot yet be fully replaced by the new order. And we have a competing range of economic strategies from very different directions with different politics behind each of these. And I'll try and argue that we need to find a way through some of this. So the geopolitics and the new forms of global South relations are clear here in the bottom left box. The rise of the East, the decline of the West, and the rise of a whole series of middle powers. Graduation of a whole series of countries from lower to lower middle income status, and entering an era that some people have referred to as the second Cold War between the US and China, or I think more accurately, an era of geopolitical fragmentation. Now, this has serious implications for global governance that are being worked through. We're seeing the rise of alternative modes of lending and South-South cooperation alongside the decline of the liberal international order. But in development studies, we are just faced with confusion. We have an incoherent package of different ways to choose, as I highlighted. We have the decolonial challenge, which could take us away from that very notion of development or in different directions towards global disciplines. We have methodological advances, which promises ever greater precision of knowing what development is and how it can be nudged. And we have some promising signs in that politics is now being taken seriously. But we have no real coherence to this, no way of working out how to stitch this together into an intellectual or a strategic project to take development studies forward. But I want to argue that the clues are there. The clues are not just within the field of development studies, they're also in what's happening in other disciplines. But we have a particular history in development studies that we can look back to. And I've hinted at it in my brief history there, that we can look back to reformulate a more coherent way forward for what I want to term global development. So what do we need to think about in terms of moving forward? Okay, so I'm going to argue three key things: that we need a new geopolitics of knowledge production, that we need to redefine development, and we need a deeper commitment to interdisciplinarity with politics at the centre. Let's go through each of those in turn. Okay, so in terms of a new geopolitics of knowledge production, we can go in different directions. And in some circles, this is discussed as the baby and the bathwater dilemma. What gets thrown out when we turn away from the way in which knowledge about development has been produced? Is it just the baby, or is it the whole bathwater of development studies that gets thrown out at the same time? And I want to argue that there's a need to maintain at least some of the lineage of development studies that has been built, much of which has come from a global South perspective, and that this is in line with what's happening in other disciplines such as history and international relations, which are working actively towards a less Western-centric and much more global and inclusive understanding of how the world has actually developed over time, as opposed to through Eurocentric modes. But a good way to tell this is through the biographies of some of the most influential thinkers in the field. So development studies has never been owned by the West, as this gallery suggests. Every dominant theory of development has had a pioneering thinking from the global South. Often the critical thinkers here, Samir Amin from Egypt, or Raul Prebisch, Latin America, who articulated dependency theory. But before that, we had Arthur Lewis, who we're very proud at Manchester. He's became the first black professor in the UK. Our own building, the Global Development Institute, sits within the Arthur Lewis building. And he articulated Actually, he's often associated with modernization, which is true, but he also, when he talked about the role of the Caribbean in international development, sounded much more like a dependency theorist. Neoliberal economics was espoused as much by Deepak Lal as the Chicago Boys and the other Latin American theorists of that persuasion. And no thinker has been more influential on development studies than Amartya Sen and his work on famine, on human capabilities and development as justice that I'll refer to. Now, all of these massive figures in the field were born in the Global South, had tenured positions in both the Global South and the Global North, moved between Global North and Global South arenas of knowledge production, and engaged consistently and effectively with different collectives around policy and practice, whether that was informing the policies of UNCTAD, which had the new international economic order as its whole, or the UN via SEN. The knowledge that they produced was connected across Global North and Global South, whether it was dependency theorists using Global South theory along with Marxism, whether it's Amartya Sen, who draws on the moral philosophy and understanding of institutions of Adam Smith, alongside understandings of democracy and justice drawn from Indian historical, cultural, intellectual traditions, as he writes about in his 2009 book, Development as Justice. Thandika Mkandawere, whose loss we still mourn within development studies and African studies more broadly, adopted a somewhat different approach. He used, in his work on developmental states, on universal social policy, on critiquing the World Bank's capture of finance ministries in Africa, and so on, he used the tools of Western academia to dismantle the master's house in the way in which he, through the critique of emancipatory possibilities back in the face of development as it was actually playing out. All of these different approaches, I think, show us that the field of development studies, yes, we need to abandon certain elements of it and the hubris of the West is best dimensions of it, but development studies was never just that. It was always a more cosmopolitan and connected field of knowledge production. And there's much to reclaim from that as we move forward. And this isn't just about development, and it's not just about our field. This is a struggle that's going on elsewhere as well. And it's clear from history that development as a construct has never been entirely Western in construction. Frederick Cooper, the historian of Africa, identifies development not just as the invention of the colonial administrations, but as the clarion call of independence movements in the Caribbean and in Africa and in the post-independent era. It was a means of emancipation from external control and the means of gaining, shifting the position of African countries in the global political economy, not just an instrument of control that Escobar critiques. To go back further in time, and the idea that development is intrinsically linked to modernity and is intrinsically linked to Westernization, which has been the dominant story since the Enlightenment of the 19th century. What we now have is global histories of early modernity, which take us back to pre-Columbian times, which tell us that world orders existed before the order that was created through slavery and imperialism, that we had globally connected civilizations across Africa, China, India, across the Indian Ocean, all of which produced political ideas and institutions that shaped world orders that followed it, shaped Western civilization directly, as Slobodan Quinn and Amitav Acharya have pointed out. That the ideas about humanitarianism, the protection of people in war, were born in India, not in Geneva. The ideas of the rule of law originated within kingdoms within China, and ideas of human liberties within, again, back in India. All of these are not in any way uniquely Western. These are ideas which came from elsewhere long before that. They formed a melting pot which led to the Enlightenment, never just a Western product. It was the political economy of industrial capitalism, which meant that a particular version became dominant at that time. And as that political economy has now changed, we are better able to see and revisit the deeper histories of where some of these founding principles of development studies have come from. And we're seeing this in the refounding of global international relations and global history, which are creating a more inclusive, non-Western centric understandings. And I think development studies needs to be next, and it has the tools from what I've said of its history to achieve that. Oh, I've skipped one. Briefly, in terms of defining development, I don't want us to feel that we've gone back to school, so let me be brief on this one. But it's important because it relates to the next point. Development has been redefined by some post-colonial colleagues, including one at Manchester, Amakatari, as being a series of relations between places, groups, cultures, humans and non-humans, and spheres of production and consumption. And I value this very highly. I think the focus on relations is very important. It moves away from a political economy of resources and accumulation. I think it talks very well to ideas of the good life and notions of Ubuntu, for example, which focuses very much on human relations. But what Uma and her colleague Elise Klein seek to do in that book is to remove from the notion of development any sense of progress. That development is about making societies better places to live in, including for the worst off. And I think we can't afford to do that as development studies. Unless we have a normative sense of where we want to go, then we lose our raison d'etre. Development studies is not realist international relations or a mainstream discipline. It's an interdisciplinary field which has a clear sense of wanting to change as well as to understand the world. And to do that, we need a sense of progress and progress towards what. We can argue about the what of progress. I'm going to argue, because I come from a political background, that we should think about development as being progress towards social justice. And Amartya Sen argues the same, and he links it to Indian notions of fairness and equity and freedom. So it has a place there as well as in Western philosophies of justice. We go a bit further. I should have mentioned I'm in the middle of finishing a book off on global development politics with a colleague, Indrajit Roy. And we argue in that book that we need to understand social justice in a particular way. That even if the world is rapidly changing and we have new sets of power relations in place, we haven't seen a flattening of East and West, and certainly not of North and South. We need to keep a keen focus on the unequal relations of power. And this is why I like the focus on relations, because it takes us towards power. When Anne, who I introduced at the start, and Adam Tooze also indicate that power has to be central to our redefinition of development. So I think we can think about development as challenging unequal relations of power at every level, from the local through to the global. Moving forward from this, I think we also need to think about one other shift within our definition of development. And this is towards a more global understanding, not just being a globalized field, which includes and is led by global South, not just global North perspectives, but we need to think much more globally about development studies. Now, this is very obvious in terms of global challenges across borders, whether it's climate change or pandemics, the whole range of public goods and bads, illicit financial flows and so on. I don't mean that. We all get that. I mean global in scope, that we need to think globally again about what development is. Development remains about global capitalism. Capitalism is the dominant driver of development. Gillian Hart defines development as the development of capitalism as the geographically uneven but spatially interconnected process of creation and destruction. That's what development is about. And the interventions into development are about correcting, ameliorating, creating more inclusive forms of capitalism, and now of green capitalism, and adjusting the injustices that capitalism leads to. But it is nonetheless the dominant target of development studies. As it's globalized and the world has become more interconnected, this has only been realized in certain forms within development studies. We still have far too little multi-scalar analysis, which connects what's happening at the very local levels within Nairobi, all the way back up through global chains and flows of resources and power and decision making. We need to recognize that many of the challenges that are now being created by capitalism and by new forms of geopolitical relations are actually being experienced elsewhere in the globe, not just in the global south. So we've read a lot now about the south in the north and north in the south, rising wealth and power and inequalities within the global south, also persistent poverty and exclusion in the global north. We also have countries facing exactly the same types of dilemma. Your president has been busy triangulating the Kenyan economy with visits to Japan and China and Beijing, as well as talking with the IMF. Hungary, Italy, Romania remain in very similar dilemma. What do? Do they go in with China and take the infrastructure money? Do they stay with the Western order? How do they play this in terms of their internal politics and their different constituencies? These are struggles that can be learnt about across global north and south. I have colleagues who work in Nairobi on local informal economies and informal settlements. And they've realized that much of what they've faced within Nairobi, we work in Accra, in 12 African cities across the continent, is happening in cities in London, in Manchester. The financialization of capitalist development has led to the real estate bubbles, the gentrification of cities that has seen the exit and expulsion of certain forms of labor and livelihood. And groups from Nairobi have been going across to teach low-income groups in Manchester of how to deal with that situation, how to mobilize, how to talk with planners, how to insist on rights to the city, how to transform their informal settlements into more secure arenas for living. There is much for the global south to teach the global north in a flatter politics of knowledge production. And we need to be better and more open to learning across those borders, I think. This is not explicitly not to draw a false equivalence between the level of problems in the north and the level of problems in the south. The definition of development is about unequal power relations and justice. We know where the weight of our activity should be, but we also know where we can look to learn in a more comparative sense going forward and to have a richer development studies as a result. Okay, the last point I'll make is around politics. So in the last crisis that we had in development studies, we took a small step towards taking politics seriously. It's given up on me. Maybe the battery's gone. Can someone click it forward manually? Where's Daniel? Oh, okay. So we now need to move towards a much more interdisciplinary field with politics at the centre of this. We get from the political economy and the cultural side the what of development, what development is and what should we strive for. The politics gives us the how. How is development achieved? And it's this world that we need to focus on much more clearly given the current pressures. Now, development studies has got this right increasingly over the last 30 years or so. Politics has come in from the cold, if you like. When I first started reading about development studies, you can't see this, but we had articles about bringing politics back in the mid-90s. By the time you fast forward to the mid-2010s, there was op-ed pieces being published which said, it's the politics, stupid. Even the mainstream economists in development studies, Acemoglu and Robinson, Douglas North and colleagues, were admitting that it wasn't about institutions and having the right institutions. It was about the politics and power relations that sat underneath those and determined how those institutions work and how they distributed power. And increasingly, even the development industry grasped the significance of politics. People like Karuti would be hired to do political economy analyses to inform the work of development partners. The World Development Report in 2018 was on governance and law and reflected this thinking quite closely. And you had a thinking and working politically community. That took us somewhere. And I think we need to recognize that Politics has really helped us to answer many of the biggest questions that we've had in development studies over the last 20 years. The big questions about why some countries are wealthier than others. This couldn't be answered by modernisation or Marxism or dependency. It had to be a political answer as to why Korea was developing faster than Ghana, or Indonesia faster than Nigeria. It was politics that gave us that answer. It told us how some countries were avoiding the resource curse and others were not. It told us why certain countries invested in social protection, as Winnie and others who worked on these projects realised. It also gave us hope. Politics, coming out of the Kenya question, where politics gave us the answer as to why capitalism was not developing in the periphery as we might have expected. Politics also gives us a sense of hope, that it's not just about structural constraints, that we have agency within this at multiple levels. This isn't just about countries. It's not just about developmental leaders, icons who took their countries forward, the parks and so on of this world, but also about much broader coalitions at every level. So the reason why countries have progressed on issues of women's rights, for example, are about coalitions between social movements, femocrats or bureaucrats within ministries, as well as political leaders. The reasons why, when I was last here in Nairobi, I went to Nakuru, the special planning area of Nairobi, which was in a desperate state of slums up until the early part of the 20th century, but has gained much more security around tenure, around the provision of public goods, water and sanitation, and education and clinics, as a result of a coalition of academics, including at the University of Nairobi, of civil society, Slum Dwellers International, and international donors and planners within Nairobi. These kinds of coalitions have the agency to transform unequal power relations at multiple levels. And it's political research which has given the sense of this. Again, this isn't about political science. I started in political science. It could tell me very little about how the world worked until I joined development studies and started working with economists and sociologists and anthropologists. And you start to put things together. That's where the magic of development studies starts to happen. This isn't a narrow call for a disciplinary championship. But it's so significant that we come together around politics at the current juncture. The state has returned to development studies. We see this in the forms of state capitalism that not just China, but Indonesia, and in some ways the Gulf states are promoting. We see this, that every challenge that Africa faces and is at the center of, the energy transition, given its hold of critical minerals, is profoundly political in terms of the financing of this for African countries, the displacement of vested interests, as we're seeing in how the energy transition is playing out in South Africa, but also Ghana, Angola, all other countries where fossil fuels came first. And we're seeing this in the way in which international players are treating things like technology as a tool of sovereignty, green capitalism as a geopolitical tool. We can only understand the new challenges of development that Africa faces if we take a political and geopolitical lens onto them. Okay, last two slides. So what I want to say, let me finish on Development Studies Institutes. I'll firstly say what this might mean for development practice. And this is drawing on the work of people like Wenwen Ang and others who are trying to rethink development practice. Thinking politically about development and moving on from the era of international development to a politics of global development means transferring from different ways of thinking of North-led multilateralism, which we've already seen decline, through a realist sense into bilateralism, which no one voted for, I realised. But we do also have ideas around like-minded internationalism, the idea that not just individual linkages between countries with something to share, some past histories, but also coalitions, new coalitions that might be emerging between, say, Canada and the UK and the Nordic countries, joining with certain sets of Latin American and African countries. I move away from the shiny language, the apolitical language of ownership and partnerships into strategic independence, requiring African governments to navigate the new geopolitical tensions, to work out where they can gain agency and autonomy within this. And this definitely needs regional cooperation across African countries. The rules around finance, Rada is an expert here. I'm not going to embarrass myself talking about finance, but it's so critical to the futures of African countries that it cannot be negotiated step by step between one-off African governments and the IMF. We need collective agency. G20 should have hopefully taken this much more further forward in terms of bargaining power about making sure the rules around credit ratings and lending are much fairer, as well as debt solvency. I move away from aid to much more fairer finance that I've suggested, and towards domestic revenue mobilization. And Kenya, you're much more expert in this than me, how countries can navigate that world between indebtedness and an inability to mobilize as much domestic revenue as required, something which requires political legitimacy. No countries historically have managed to move forward without structurally transforming their economies in terms of economic transformation and mobilizing domestic revenue resources. These remain the critical development challenges, not a retreat or an abandonment of progress. This needs state investment and a move away from market-led growth and the state's role in creating the conditions for innovation. Extractive investment, again, the global interconnectedness that I referred to earlier, needs to move away. There needs to be much more recognition, say in the world of critical minerals, that some of the NGOs in this room will be working on. Needs to have much stronger focus on local domestic added value and learning partnerships between foreign and domestic firms. Again, the connectedness. And I think we're clear, there is no room for blueprints, for adaptive contextual solutions, learning by doing, industrial innovations. A true history of the West would include the fact that it developed through massive exploitation of resources and trade links in the global South, but also that it was accidental. It stumbled across things it didn't know it had in terms of coal, for example, and it used that along with some ingenuity to stitch ways forward. China is a very similar story. It didn't start with a blueprint led by the state. It gambled on various ways forward, invested in a whole range of them, and learnt by doing going forward. So this is just to stimulate some thinking about this new era is not just about development studies. But since this is IDS's 60th birthday, let's finish on the implications for development studies institutes, if I can persuade the slides to go back one. Maybe not. I shouldn't have mentioned progress. He doesn't want to go forward. I need to go back to, if Daniel's in control now. And one more. Thank you. Okay, so very finally. Development studies has the potential to be the most relevant field at the moment. It has within itself the ability to renew itself as a much more inclusive and genuinely global field and move away from the Western modes of production, of knowledge production. It's interdisciplinary. We heard the faculty of IDS be read out earlier. It touches on the political, the cultural and the social, and on the political economy. And their experts regularly reach out to colleagues in life sciences and natural sciences to solve problems. We have no chance by ourselves in development studies to solve problems like the energy transition or urban transport or dealing with the next pandemic. We need to work with people in those other sciences. We need to reduce barriers within universities that can help us to do that. If we can do that more effectively, then I think we will be genuinely the most relevant field. Where else do we see? Where else in any university, including my own, do we see that commitment to interdisciplinarity and changing the world? This requires a massive shift of investment and influence from north to south. I'm aware of the hypocrisy of someone from a global north university standing here saying this. It's us that needs to change. It's where the power lies that needs to change how that power circulates. The Africa Charter for Transformation is showing the way here in partnership with many universities in South Africa in particular. We need new rules of the game which ensure that Global South institutions can lead on research bids, can lead on the setting of research agendas, and the exclusive rules around academic publishing are transformed. Partnerships are part of this. IDS has many Global North partnerships. I'm very honoured that my own institute, the Global Development Institute, has recently joined IDS in such a partnership as we seek to have dual PhD programs and other things together. But these are baby steps, and I'm not sure partnerships are the only route. They reflect the importance of connected knowledges within development studies, but we also need to move away from north-south to south-south partnerships. And maybe we need to extract ourselves from these partnerships and just distribute the resources rather than always lay claim to them once they've been transferred. Last 2 points. The decline of aid, I think, is a real double-edged sword for development studies institutes. We've never had more autonomy to set the research agenda. For much of the 90s and early 2000s, what the World Bank, as the producer of the knowledge broker, people waited for the New World Development Report to come out before they knew what to research or what somebody in the Ministry of Finance knew what to invest in. That's gone. And that is hugely freeing for our minds. We no longer can say that we're not able to set our own agendas. But it has left a financing gap around development research, which can only be partially filled by philanthropy. There's some impressive work going on by foundations. MasterCard's investments of 200 million US in PhDs via Arua is one such example, the Aga Khan Foundation with IDS and so on. But it's insufficient without massive public investment within African universities. Tandika Mkandawere wrote very powerfully, and as did Mahmoud Mamdani, about the neoliberalization of the African university. There are some signs that African universities are moving out of that. The horizontal networking represented by Arua, now extending beyond just a few select universities, is a sign of that solidarity and the power that can come through such collaborations. But it does need to be supported by much higher levels of public investment. And the final point is about what does a development studies institute look like? It's all about this combination. I don't know any development studies institute in the world where research and teaching and training are not combined within the same institutional form. It's where they get their ability to speak truth to power, their ability to renew and to regenerate themselves. That fusion of research and teaching in particular. And I'm glad that this call has been already sent out this morning when we had our dignitaries from higher up in the University of Nairobi. So I'll finish there. I think having started on a moment of crisis and the potential end of development, I hope I've tried to make the case that development studies is in a position to rethink and renew itself, to become arguably the most relevant discipline within the social sciences, if it stays connected beyond those, and has a way forward if it can transform the politics of knowledge production within that. It's a project we're invested in from Manchester with our colleagues in Nairobi, but I look forward to hearing your thoughts on whether you now buy the rethinking and renewing argument or you see a different, better way forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Hickes, for that very atomic presentation. When IDS was sourcing for a keynote speaker, you now understand why they could not sell the sun to buy a candle. They just had to get him. I cede the next session to a distinguished professor to handle the first panel for the day. Professor Patrick Alila, well known to all of us, and I'm saying this even to the guests that are following these presentations online. He's a consummate political scientist of note, and his research interests have always been at the intersection of institutional development and rural development, the capacities of institutions and rural development, as well as human development. Professor Alila.
Afternoon. It's a morning session for afternoon, so I believe I'm saying the right thing. I was first getting clearance with the meeting boss because the program has gone where you have seen. So we shall have our rightful time. That's what he has assured me. So we are not being shortchanged. I believe the first thing is to thank our keynote speaker. Can we please clap for him? His name is first in the panel discussion, but we'll spare him talking that will make him lose his voice. And also to give you a chance to bring up your reflections on the points just made. So in terms of organization, I would like us that he comes after the members of the panel. I hope that is agreeable. I didn't get clearance. Okay, if that is agreed, then my thinking about the sequence of speakers will be after, when we start, Professor Njuguna Ngebe, he was being tracked. No, he's not there yet. That's me. Is he going to be found? Online, I agree. Online, yeah, because he's the first one I'm going to request to talk, okay? Then the next one will be Professor Fumi Olinisaki. Then the next one, and those two, okay, the next one will be Professor Jane, I don't know this, Samaton, am I right? Okay, online also, all right? Then, last but not least, Mr. Alois Moi. The logic here is the first two are pretty much part of IDS. And I would like them to put on the table their reflections from the keynote.
Hello.
The next, Samaton and Alois Moi can be considered the partners of IDS, okay? So it is not random. It is arranged that way. And before I call them, I thought it might not be a bad idea for me not to give another keynote speech, but to say one or two things that I think have a bearing on the questions IDS is asking us to address. First and foremost, the keynote address. Pick the word key and think of the door and the padlock. Those three things, the smallest is the key. Is that all right? And it's the one that lets you into everything. Yeah? The lock will give way and the door will open and you will find things inside. So it is not right to try and rival the keynote speech. And usually people are chosen for keynote address for their excellence. And I think the Master of Ceremonies has made that very clear. Now, my 2 or 3 general points. Number one, in development studies, institutes for development studies These are all work in progress. The keynote speaker told us he's only about 30 years into development studies. Yes. Can I go back in history? And I point out that when I was doing my postgraduate, I never did any course on development studies. There was no course in development studies. The discipline was politics and public administration. There were other social science courses, okay? And my professors, I don't know if they did development study, but I doubt it, because they were very old by that time. They did not do development studies. One was anthropologist, one was public administration, the other one was development administration, like that, and an economist. So we come later on, and we hear IDS was born only in 1965. And IDS was born out of, without going into much details, out of work that started in Makerere University, the Social Science Institute. I was reading a paper which was giving history of development studies, and mention was only made of Ghana. And I think it was a big mistake. I think Makerere Social Science Institute, where even the director who worked with my classmates and colleague and friend, Professor Michael Echege, came from. So, as we come forward, we find that after we have joined IDS is when we start courses on development studies. So, in short, development studies, development thinking, development institutions are all work in progress. And I want to add here that it should not be that we try to negate history by not accepting, for instance, that IDS Nairobi was formed before IDS Sussex. I'm not trying to talk about development studies as if it was purely a Eurocentric growing enterprise, ongoing enterprise, without mentioning the American contribution in that. Okay? And the point I want to make is that all this talk about development studies, if you narrow it down completely, it is all about change. And it is about change and its evolutionary nature. That change is dynamic. And change is happening everywhere in the world. And don't make a mistake to say that change that is taking place in London is better than change that is taking place in Kawangware. Some people may not know Kawangware, but okay. So if we are focused on development studies and development, let's recognize the central role of understanding change and the way it happens. And it is dynamic. And this change, which is dynamic, you can also say that when change takes place, the people directly affected know best what that change is, what development is. So this idea of saying that the change that was seen elsewhere is the change that is good for these particular people, or the change that they will accept, I think is missing the point. And when we talk about change, I think it is very important also to remember that we are talking about change of people, human development, human thinking. It is about people. And I think Nyerere said it before very well, that is the people come first. All right? I have not come up with a quotation. But the point is that there are drivers of change. And this is where we may have a problem in trying to trace development studies and trying to find those who are studying development studies, looking at drivers of change to be from a particular place or a particular kind of people. Okay? So, in these drivers of change, I want to mention the United Nations, UNDP, the UN family as a big driver of change, in contrast to World Bank. And I don't have a particular liking for World Bank for reasons to do with IDS. That World Bank declared IDS should be disbanded because they cannot be able to provide policy advice to government, and that we should create institutes outside IDS, and KIPA is still there. IPA was headed by my colleague and friend, former director of IDS. Okay? IPA, Institute for Policy Research. And IDS is the one that actually helped these institutes to stand on their feet, to be concrete. The first publication of IPA was done as a reader with IDS staff. If you find it, you will see there that they are IDS staff. So that is the reason I don't have a liking for World Bank, but the point is that they are drivers of change. So in development studies and development, we're studying change and the drivers of change. Finally, I think it was, let me just get it right. Jackson Obare. I think we talked about knowledge can be released everywhere. Cannot rephrase that. And knowledge is produced everywhere by everybody produces knowledge all the time. The issue is, what is the relevant knowledge that you are creating? Okay? If you are from the North and you are trying to create knowledge for people who are living in the South, and the people in the South have better knowledge, obviously, you are barking the wrong tree. Can we look at that and immediately move to this? I thought I would just put as general points, neutral, to help us move from history and also, that's very bad. Apologies. So, as we move from the history of what this South, and I was impressed by the mention of those great thinkers from the South who have come up with ideas that really project and bring out what the South is about. Okay? And of course, we have not forgotten, and I hear some research is now going on dependency theory. So it is very important that we go over this and think about this neutral, passionately but neutrally. And I'm saying that, what's that? It should not be that now that the North is beginning to tell us that we can also produce our knowledge, that we abrogate ourselves to define a change. Yes, we have said there's a lot of poverty. There's a lot of poverty in the South. So now we become the gurus of poverty and tell them how their poverty works or does not work. So with those remarks, I want to immediately, I can see it.
Hello.
Professor Ngede was my predecessor. Yes, that's the right word. You call the boss, eh? The one who was before you is your boss, eh? So, Professor Ngede, I hope you are listening to all that I've said, and particularly why you should come first after the keynote speaker. I was just in between there bridging the gap. So I welcome Professor Ngede. You know, this virtual thing came up when I was retired. But I have tried to pick up. I think my students, the students I had in the class know how. There was one of them who helped me very much. Was this Mutuku? Yeah, she helped me very much. She was the class rep. She helped me very much managing this. So now, managing it from here, this is the first time. So, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much, Patrick. As Professor Alila has said, I was his predecessor as the director of the Institute. I joined the Institute in 1975, late 1975, as a part-time editor on a huge project that was going on called the Integrated Rural Development Program. So I spent my entire career at IDS virtually, 44 years. And during that time, I saw most of the issues being discussed today being acted live. I saw different relationships between the university and the IDS, the university and the government, IDS and the government, the students and the university, and everything else in between. So the history of IDS is very much part of the history of us as individuals. After teaching the teaching program at IDS and retiring in 2019, the issue that I took home with me, and that is still disturbing me in retirement, is, did we fail as an institute or did we succeed? Did development studies fail or succeed? The thinking behind that question is the prior question. If the issue is development knowledge, we provided tons of it. And yet, not a single sub-Saharan African country has taken off. That is a very, very important question because it raises other questions, a lot of them addressed by the keynote speaker on why probably we did not succeed as much as we thought we would. I'll come to that later on, but my first part of the presentation is, of course, to thank Professor Hickey for the very, very stimulating a presentation, which intertwines very well with the history of IDS. And I am not surprised because the history of IDS overlaps very well with the history of development study globally. And the speaker himself mentions that he has interacted a great deal with IDS. Now, several issues arise from the presentation by Professor Hickey, and it's a very rich presentation. My only regret is that I had not seen the paper in advance, but most of the issues being presented are fairly familiar, not in the detailed sense, but it's issues that we have discussed at IDS at one time or the other. First of all, let me start by saying that I totally agree with the normative thrust of the presentation, which brings together very well the idea that development thinking, development studies is a normative exercise, first and foremost. Or if it isn't, then it should be. This is an idea I totally agree with. And perhaps we shall say more when we come to discuss the implications of this presentation to IDS. Number two, it was music to my ears as originally a political scientist to hear the argument that development is about power. You don't have to persuade me twice to have me agree with that argument. Development is a normative exercise about power, if you tie 1 and 2. Which raises the question, what power do we have in Africa or in the South? And this is probably where we might have gone wrong in identifying what power we have. We think we have power if we have natural resources, only to discover that somebody comes and destabilizes us in order to get access to those natural resources. So in answering that question, we've got to go beyond the realm of the natural resources. In our desperate moments as graduate students in the 1970s, I was in Canada, we developed the theory of dissociation, that we are so powerless, the only way we can develop meaningfully is to, first of all, dissociate with the North, perhaps the same way that China did by probably virtue of a historical accident, put its house in order, and then took the world by storm. Well, one does not hear much about dissociation today. But the relevant question here is it possible that our power lies in localization? Deliberate localization in the face of unrelenting globalization. In which case, if the answer is yes, then somebody like Trump might be our friend. He is going to force us to think local and act local and think about what is to our own interest. Even more important for an academic, and the keynote speaker touched on this, is the role, is the question to the answer. What do we know that others don't know? That's power. And in this case, the answer is indigenous knowledge. We have been alert to this at IDS, the role of indigenous knowledge in quite a number of projects that we've had on local community groups. That is something worth thinking about. The fourth point or third point that I would like to make is then related to the previous one, is the power of knowledge production, but in this case, in a different context. Sometime last year or the year before, we had an online international workshop with the title Africa Knows, in which we discussed and published papers on knowledge production in African universities and what that knowledge, the nature of that knowledge, tells us about a number of things, including epistemologies and other matters. But the question of the power of knowledge production is not simply a question of how, purely methodological, but also a question of who knows, and why do they know what they know. And that is where we have been controlled in the South. It's not an issue that we have discussed very well at institutes of development studies. It's an issue that we ought to have discussed perhaps a little bit more, reflecting now on my 45 years at the Institute for Development Studies. In this sense, or in this context, I was delighted to hear the keynote speaker address the question of partnerships between the southern institutions and the northern institutions. Because characteristically, these partnerships have been partnerships between unequals, and the paper acknowledges that. This is an issue that we must keep discussing if we are to redefine development studies as a normative activities meant to benefit certain groups of people in developing countries. This is a big question. It touches on some very sensitive issues, on the power of those who give grants, on the power of the partnership between North and South development studies institutions, and very, very sensitively here, and I am on delicate ground here, on the role of the Africanist in empowering or disempowering Southern academics. Many times, we have been invited to go and teach in the North, and somebody somewhere thinks that the best place to go would be a Center for African Studies, instead of the main discipline in which we were trained. So can we interrogate the role of the Africanist and the Center for African Studies in the North? Should they be there, or should they be where they belong, which is in our own institutions? So that if you want to study African studies, you come here. If you want a grant to study African studies, you come here. Now, on the role, very sensitive role of the Africanists, my own reflection is that I had to be held, my hand had to be held by an Africanist in order to obtain the many grants that I obtained. My hand had to be held by an Africanist in order to make a breakthrough as a governance expert in the World Bank system. Should that be the case? Is the Africanist empowering me or disempowering me? That is an issue worth pondering. And of course, the nature of the grants were also designed to be uneven, to empower us unevenly. I remember getting into an argument with my mentor, who was an Africanist, God bless his soul, because he is no longer with us, and a good man, on the need to do comparative studies between the North and the South instead of labeling some Africanist and other Northern. In this case, the issue was the issue of poverty. And I argued, let us get a grant that allows me to study poverty in Chicago, and you can come and study poverty in Nairobi. And my training in comparative politics told me that we would get much richer data. But lo and behold, the grant would not be given because it mentioned poverty in the North. It was meant to study poverty in the South, full stop, or period, as they say in some parts of the world. That is how we become disempowered. And I could quote many, many more examples of that. Now, I agree with the speaker that, or rather my option is to rethink and review development practice, or rather development studies. Of course, every discipline, every practice develops stakeholders. So the question that we must ask ourselves is, has development studies as it is now acquired stakeholders who may not allow it to change as it should? Particularly in the direction of more normative thinking. When thinking about stakeholders and power, my own retirement reflection is that I am not quite sure for whom we were thinking about development. Was this an activity by the university elite, highly trained global elite like ourselves, or were we thinking about the peasants, the poor, those who ought to be, quote, developed? To what extent are they a stakeholder? If we admitted that they are a stakeholder, then we would give considerable emphasis to indigenous knowledge. If we are admitted that they are a stakeholder and they are entitled to power, then we would be extremely careful in using such terms as sustainability, resilience, MDGs in their households. I'm not sure what these terms mean in indigenous languages. The very people that we are trying to address when it comes in our studies of development. That's a debate that we can think about or debate. I totally agree that development studies is interdisciplinary. And here we have to make a distinction between interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. I think in one of the papers I wrote for IDS, I had the chance to make that case that interdisciplinary means evolving new concepts which are a synthesis of related disciplines. I don't think we have come very far in that regard. This is what I would argue, though we are conscious of that distinction. Finally, with regard to my reflections on the presentation, I would like to raise the question, are we thinking in future of development studies or development thinking? Development studies is an elitist preoccupation. Development thinking is more democratic. The ordinary peasants think about development all the time. And if we made it more inclusive, we can make them participate in thinking, in generating ideas about development. And to me, that is the last frontier in development thinking. Now, those are enough things to think about. Now, what does this mean for IDS, the implications, a subject that the keynote speaker also touched on? We have had time to argue that the mission of IDS, like the mission of other development institutes, was to provide data in order to propel the process of development. Even if for a moment we agree that that is the raison d'etre of IDS, and we are not obliged to agree because we can argue that it very much depends on what you mean by data. But even if we agree, we have also to agree that providing data alone is not enough. Otherwise, we have provided tons of data, as I've said before, and the problems of development still linger. So it is what type of data, how has this data been generated, and does it do what it was originally meant to do? For IDS, then the question becomes, do we give these thoughts adequate thought before we go to the field? I've had the opportunity to argue in our retreats at IDS that perhaps the Institute is too empiricist. If you look at every paper that had been written, there's a field element and some tables. Well done, but still in the tradition of positivist thinking, which begs the question, where is the normative thinking? Now, as somebody who taught theory at IDS for all the years that I was there, it feels like one failed. Not a single project paper was on theory. All the others, or rather, every project paper had a field component and some data analysis, which I love and which I can do. So I'm not making this case because I'm purely normative. When you think normatively, you are not constrained by observations. You are constrained only by your mind. You can think big. It is for this reason that we established such other institutions or other institutions like Codestria, meant to think broadly. The Economic Commission for Africa, meant to think broadly and normatively. So the question becomes, have these been hijacked by empiricism as well? Now, the second point I want to make on implications for IDS is the linkage between data and practice.
Professor Ngede,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you. I know I did not give you time limit, but in the
Okay, I'll finish in 2 minutes.
It's brief.
Okay.
Sorry for the interruption.
What IDS should look at or must strive to look at is how best to turn policymakers into reflective practitioners, which means that we might have to consciously design an internship program where policymakers come to IDS and IDS staff and students go and sit in a ministry, a relevant ministry, so that everybody is thinking practically and reflectively. Finally, the issue of institutional autonomy that has been discussed. And my concluding remark, given the history of IDS, initially it was IDS plus anthropology plus sociology plus Institute of African Studies that got separated from IDS. Maybe it is time to bring them back together so that development studies becomes richer and even more disciplines. Maybe the future lies in cinema. Maybe the future lies in choreography and dance. Maybe the future lies in music beyond natural resources. With the rider, can we include the ordinary people in all this? Thank you very much, and thank you, Professor, for presenting such an interesting paper. I am done.
Memories of what happens with the Africanists and the African students.
Can't hear you very well.
Technology. I'm thanking you very much for your insightful comments and rekindling the memories of studying with Africanists, and also pointing out where to study what issues in development. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next speaker, and my initial arrangement has had to be revised a bit because of time difference between the North and the South. And this particular speaker has been waiting for some time. Professor James Summerton. That's the next speaker in view of the time difference that we have been having. And she has been waiting for a long time. How do we get?
Thank you very much, Professor. Can you hear me?
Yes. Now I can hear you, but I'm still seeing Professor Ngede on the screen. Can you hear you?
Now, how should I exit? Somebody should.
Just remain put. Don't
Okay.
run away. Just I told you this thing is European Maendeleo. Who is managing this?
Ah, there she is.
Okay.
Oh, yes. You can see each other. Good.
Yes, we can see each other.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And first, I'd like to thank.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Thank you very much. I'd like to first thank IDS for this invitation to join you today, and also thank all the participants. It's been a very rich morning, and I've learned a lot. I would also like to thank Professor Hickey in particular for a very insightful and knowledgeable and inspirational talk. Many associations, many new references for me. So I really appreciate your comments, Professor Hickey. I'd like to first mention where I'm coming from. I represent the Volvo Research and Educational Foundations, which is a long-term partner to IDS. We're an international foundation based in Sweden. We always mention at the beginning here that we have an arm's length relationship to the Volvo Corporation and the business interests there. By law, we cannot carry out any activities or research that will benefit the Volvo Corporation. We have a lot of freedom there, in other words, and we love it. Our goal is to support university-based global research and education, specifically in the area of transport and mobility, what you might refer to as urban transport. We have a program called the Future of Urban Transport. A lot of the research is social science-based or humanistic. We recently celebrated 40 years. That means we're a younger sibling to IDS. So we'll never catch up, but we've been around at least for 40 years. On the continent, specifically, VRF has had and still has a major research and education program called Mobility and Access in African Cities. It again is about urban transport. We've been going since 2018, but IDS, our cooperation, our partnership with IDS was even earlier. Already in 2008, Professor Winnie and also colleagues in both Tanzania and South Africa, we made an award, a major award for a center of excellence in Africa, East Africa, which Winnie Matola and her colleagues led. It was very successful. So I would say that IDS has been a pioneer in the work that we have done. And there's been continuity all the way in our cooperation. In some way, the first Center of Excellence was kind of the gateway to our whole program in Africa. So we're really indebted to IDS for providing high quality research, multidisciplinary approaches, and mentoring. So we thank and congratulate IDS for that. I'd like to make 3 short reflections on Professor Hickey's talk, and also based on our long relationship with IDS and what we have learned through that relationship. The first is the importance of contextual research and interventions. Our partnership with IDS and others on the continent, specifically university leaders, is that it's extremely important that research and knowledge production is led and driven by scholars on site in Africa at African universities who initiate the ideas, are given freedom to drive these ideas, and are sure to deliver. This is central importance for not only setting the research agenda, but also building long-term competence and ensuring the relevance of the research locally, locality. And in this way, our view is that IDS stands strong, meeting the future challenges that Professor Hickey implied. The second point I'd like to make is the importance, when dealing with complexity of the issues raised by Professor Hickey, of strong research environments with also strong multidisciplinarity. I appreciate Njungu's comment about the difficulty of interdisciplinary. I share that concern that we really haven't come as far as we should there, but we do have disciplines meeting in new ways that they haven't always done this. By having strong research environments with multiple competence, you have a broad base of learning, of knowledge production, you have continuity, and you have the potential to become hubs or knowledge centers, the way in which IDS has done. There's also the very strong potential for integrating in education, as has been pointed out. And here again, our view is that IDS stands strong for the future. Finally, I'd like to make up a point that maybe hasn't been brought up, but we have definitely noticed in our experience is the importance of strong intellectual leadership based on responsiveness and deep understanding of power, but also the value of encouraging new ideas. I think here I'd like to especially mention the work of Winnie Matula in her strong approach to mentorship, which is encouraging new scholars and new ideas to come forward, especially women. Sometimes I draw out the particular value of the Nairobi approach, in which I can see clear generations of scholars being continually mentored. We meet them at conferences. We see new people rising, and it's a result of the strong leadership and strong mentorship. So again, IDS stands strong in our view. So in relation to the challenges for renewal that Professor Hickey has brought up, we would see that IDS would seem well positioned and well equipped. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Somerton. I hope you had the clap. And it is my hope also that after waiting for so long, you didn't leave out some pertinent points. But thank you for joining us online. Now, we go back, we retrace our steps and get Professor Fumini Oloni Sakin to give our comments. Professor Somerton has reiterated that point about contextualizing research, which Professor Ngede had also mentioned. And to IDS, this means that it is possible, it can be done. And one should not be intimidated by the researches that have been done out of context. So can we get Professor Olasikin? She's not. She's not. Okay, then we go to the next partner, Mr. Alois Moi. He's here. Come forward, come forward. This you can keep me company. Welcome. Good afternoon.
So sorry, I've said my name is Lois Moi. I work with Uraia as the head of programs. Uraia is the national organization. Mostly we deal with issues of providing civic education and also facilitating public participation, but also doing a lot of fundraising and also subgranting to civil society organization at local, the county levels, and also at the national level, building their capacity so that they're able to engage with the citizens, but also engage with government agencies so that the development process is participatory. So mine is to give it from the perspective of civil society and looking at it the way Professor has given the keynote speech. First is looking at the issue of changing development. So we are saying development mostly, when we talk about civil society, it was about aid, giving aid, providing civic education. It was that way, but how is it changing now? Now people want to realize their basic needs. How do we adapt to that? Ensuring that citizens are empowered, they are really engaged, and the agency of citizens is developed so that they're able to engage in development processes. If you look like the issue of devolution, how can citizens engage constructively on this? So the issue that has arose is that, yes, citizens can have that knowledge, but what do they do with that knowledge? Do they have the analytical skill? Do they have the capacity to engage so that they're able to engage in the development process? Because we are saying development is about people. But Professor have also talked about the global issues. Yes, we want development to be from people. But how do we ensure that there's that learning so that, yes, the people are engaging, but they're also able to engage from the other areas? And this is where IDS and other CSOs come. Are they able to develop that knowledge and knowledge products that can be shared and give these citizens knowledge so that they're able to engage in development? Then the second part I want to talk about is on development financing. So it had been highlighted. Most of financing, mostly for civil society, including ICS, comes from development partners. And we are seeing this a lot of dependence in development partners. So what can we do along this? And we are seeing the issue of official development assistance, which I think that there's a speaker who talked about it, is now reducing. Then how are we able to finance the civil society initiatives, including institutions like IDS? How do we ensure that we're able to build partnership and also network with other partners? In Kenya, we have the private sectors, we have the philanthropic. So how do we ensure that there is that diversification so that we are able to diversify fund and support development initiatives so that people are able to engage and also the organizations are able to move on. Then the third part, I'm also reflecting on issue of decolonizing development, and more so when we talk about the civil society. How do we ensure that this happens? The local knowledge, so that issues come from the local people and the local people becomes the core, so that we are able to ensure that development come from the ground. These are the things that are affecting the civil society and rethinking development, the way Professor had highlighted. How do we rethink this and come up with way forwards which will help in that? Then the other part is what Professor is struggling with, the part of development, the digital era, digital transformation. So if you look at development, there are so many issues that are emerging. How do we engage on development issues, especially the citizens? We have been seeing what the youth have been doing in this digital era. They want to be engaged in this digital platform and all the others. How do we reach the youth and all the others? So that's also the part of development, looking at the changing technology and also the digital platform for engagement in development. Then the other part is the localization. Most of the development partners and also most of the development practitioners are talking about localization of development so that planning and all the other engagement are done at the local level by the citizens. So this is another area that we have to look at. Yes, we are delocalizing this, but the issue of knowledge and also the technical capacity still comes in. How do we ensure that this one has been transferred or there is that capacity sharing so that even when we are localizing development and ensuring that people take lead, they have this knowledge and skills so that they're able to engage effectively in these development processes. Then the other part, I think I talked about it, is still on the emerging new initiatives, the movements. If you look at the civil society, what is emerging now is the issue of partnership, networking, collaboration, and movement building. That's another area. I think Professor had also talked about that. How do we ensure that we strengthen these movements that are there, they're able to engage in development processes? And also the issue of partnership. Nowadays, no one can work alone. If you look at the civil society who are there, you look even IDS, how can they partner and collaborate with civil society institution when undertaking research with other university so that we are able to create knowledge which can be shared, and this one will enhance development. So that's another area to look at, I think, which needs discussion so that we are able to strengthen this collaboration, partnership, and also movement building. Then finally, is looking at the implications. What are some of the implications? So the civil society organizations, including institutions like IDS, have to rethink their strategies. Which are the effective strategies for engagement in development? And this is still falls under rethinking development. Which are these strategies which can enhance engagement in development, but also facilitating development? And this one looks like the issue of relevance and adaptability. How are we to be relevant and adaptable to changing development needs? Then the other one is resource sustainability. How can we be sustainable as organizations, the civil society organization and other institutions, so that we are able to support our mandates? Then the key area, another where IDS is evidence-based advocacy, and here they play a very clear role of undertaking research and also developing the knowledge products. But the challenge is we utilize this knowledge or research that we develop. The citizens, are they able to utilize this? How do we make it simple? Simplifies this knowledge so that it's able to be used by the citizens. Then finally, I've also talked about it, is the coalition and network building, where we're saying no one can work alone. We have to strengthen this. And this is where I'm encouraging IDS to be able to build this network with the civil society organizations, but also with other research institutions and also other learning institutions, so that they're able to undertake the research effectively. So thank you. I think those are some of the reflections I can give.
Thank you, Mr. Alois Moy. A key point you have made, a reminder to IDS that after doing all the research, there should be a link or connection with those on whom research has been done. We have been doing this over the years, and that way we can pick up the knowledge that Mr. Moy is referring to, and also empower the people on the ground. I don't know how many people noticed that Uraira refers to the people, eh? So he has spoken for the people. And he has also taken note of my struggling with digital technology, which I must say I have done my best and I have learned. So if should I get this opportunity, I'm retired. Should I get this opportunity, I'll do better. Let's close the circle. Yes, Mr. Samuel, you also had the clap, eh? Yeah, it's not only those who are on screen that get clap. Okay, let's close the circle with our keynote speaker, Professor Sam Hickey. You are familiar with this stage and you don't struggle with digital technology.
I do. So I won't keep us for long. I know lunch awaits. Just to say thank you for the reflections from all. It's very nice to be, I guess, agreed with by such distinguished and well-informed colleagues and partners of IDS. But it does make me think that maybe I was just too obvious if no one's found anything to agree with, or maybe the discussants are very polite. But I hope we find something to disagree about so we know we're all awake. Maybe in the following session, someone will challenge something at least of what I tried to say. And I'll just say one thing that was raised in these discussions. I agreed with nearly everything as well that was said by the discussants, and particularly that IDS is very well placed to deal with the challenges that confront development studies entirely. But I just want to question this language of partnerships, which we've all sort of referred to as being a key way forward. And I think they do, and we're invested in them from Global Development Institute in Manchester. We're trying them with IDS, with University of Ghana, with BRAC University in Bangladesh. So we bought into them. I think at their best, they can reflect the kind of connected politics of development knowledge production that I've been arguing we need and that others in the field have been arguing we need, and reflect relations of solidarity to try and reverse some of the unequal power relations that exist within this international field of development studies. But they can also be vehicles for business as usual, for still managing the access of Global South partners to flows of finance and opportunities. And how do we stop them becoming such disempowering vehicles? Why should Global South Development Institutes have to work with or through Global North Institutes to access the same circuits of finance and knowledge circulation? Maybe we'll know true empowerment comes where IDS shapes the research agenda of the European Union or of other funding councils, if the Swedish Research Council comes back, wins the grant, and then decides that it might or it might not work with the Global North Development Institute. I think then we'll know we've got where we need to be. And we seem to be quite some way already. So maybe we can focus a bit later this afternoon about how to get there. But thank you, Chair, for introducing and managing us towards our late lunch. Appreciated. Thank you all.
No more speeches. So thank you very much for participating in this session and actively participating in this session, and also to thank our speakers, the reflectors, and my word is change comes, they are drivers of change. If you try to resist change, change will do what you will change you. Yeah, we are in a group of development thinkers. So this change that we are talking about is, I guess, should be the focus of IDS. Whatever is changing, whoever is changing it, and build knowledge on whatever change process is taking place. So with that, I want to thank you very much and invite back or hand over power back to the person in charge, Mr. Bigamba.
Thank you so much, Professor Alila. That was a very excellent session. Now we know that as we are looking at time, the pangs of hunger are dictating the next move. So we have to adjourn for lunch. I would like to request the protocol team to help us so that after lunch we get to come back quickly for the next session. Because after that sumptuous meal, we'll get to have Mr. John Joka taking us through very digestible issues relating the role of development studies in a changing world. For lunch, the VIPs will retreat to the room to my right, where we had our refreshments. And then the rest of us, also distinguished guests, we will go where we had our refreshments as well. I understand that we have got vouchers. So please let us make sure that, I think, is it Madam Jane? Yeah, so there are many by the door. We shall have the vouchers. Our VIP guests, please retreat to the VIP for lunch. I think 1 hour, or we can have 1 hour shy of 5 minutes, 45 minutes, 45, 1 hour shy, 15 minutes. So 45 minutes, because I can see it's 2:45. So 3:30. All right, so I request that by 3:30, let us be seated here for the next panel discussion. Great, thank you so much. And let us adjourn for lunch.
Yeah. You don't grab PhD.
Hey, ya wamesema wanapeana vitu. Hizo vitu ya private university wanapeana vitu kwa one. Wanapeana hivi. Ukitaka kusema ibida ni mambo na picha katikati hapo. Sasa ndio ina policy. Yeah. You know, you can't wait.
These are all people are used to this. Yeah. People are getting quickly. And I know that.
Because there are very few people over in degrees programs. And they just stay here with more than it's contested all the time.
Yeah.
So you not that.
All these guys are using them.
You will go on it.
Yes.
What did I
You're not even supposed to go to the and then unaona kama Mary anapita. Mary, are we ready now?
Yeah, almost.
So thank you very much.
You can't even grab something from the water. I think we have some of it. And you do it.
Yeah, don't pressure yourself. You also running it very, as I was saying, Thank you. You are more than 100 of them. Okay. It's a very, very long side. I don't know. Eat after lunch. I should come and have someone guide me. Yeah, when you do what I don't know what to do with them. Mko area? So kila kitu iko sawa. Yeah. Iko sawa technically.
Yeah, it was to understand.
Yeah. So, you have to think what does that mean?
Of being change agents, and how we connect, or rather how we relate with the AMID. We are collaborators in building capacity of young professionals in the international development space. And I would say we have just benefited by graduating one of our staff trainee under the AMID trainee program. I would say that AMID is addressing very critical, very important areas in international development. One among many is on system strengthening, and the need to look at the systemic change in our context, within the international development context. And this makes a world difference, because it's not just about putting across interventions, it's about having sustainable intervention, and this is why AMID is playing a critical role. Again, I would say again, the AMID program is so relevant on inclusion. I have seen AMID being very sensitive to help in dealing with the matters of ensuring that we are not leaving anyone behind. So inclusion aspects, so that the challenge of leaving some gender or people with a disability out is being addressed. So inclusion issues, and then emerging challenges like climate adaptation. These are really very core issues that I've seen AMID being conscious about. Yeah, those professionals in this field of international development, my advice, one is to always keep to the needs, demands that are in the society, not just going with what you think people need, but collaboratively working with the beneficiaries and communities to make a difference. Again, thinking sustainability, instead of just doing something for just a sudden change, but then sustainability, when you're not there, you want also to see impact in the time to come. The other advice is the need to join such a program always. The reason being, this is a platform to network with a multidisciplinary kind of a platform that helps you learn from very different sectors, and this makes the professional young people become even more relevant in the international development, and also when we are doing cooperation with other organizations. Yes. Having been a beneficiary of AMID program, one, this program is relevant and very relevant to the work that we do on day-to-day basis. So anyone who is interested to do AMID program, just be open-minded that you receive relevant technical support, and you'll be able to interpret theory to practice. That's really core. And again, the other bit is that the flexibility of being a blended kind of a training, such that the trainee is able to be in classroom once in a week, and then again be working. That's a blended approach that's really helping the trainee quite a lot. And then the exposure, I would say that the trainee as a platform to interact quite well, broadly, with the various people nationally and internationally. That makes you a better professional in international cooperation and also in sustainable development. Yeah. My name is Miri Mugo. I'm from Educans, Kenya. I'm the country director, and it's exciting to be celebrating with AMID over the 25 years of being change agents, and how we connect, or rather how we relate with the AMID. We are collaborators in building capacity of young professionals in the international development space. And I would say we have just benefited by graduating one of our staff trainee under the AMID trainee program. I would say that AMID is addressing very critical, very important areas in international development. One among many is on system strengthening, and the need to look at the systemic change in our context, within the international development context. And this makes a world difference, because it's not just about putting across interventions, it's about having sustainable intervention, and this is why AMID is playing a critical role. Again, I would say the AMID program is so relevant on inclusion. I have seen AMID being very sensitive to help in dealing with the matters of ensuring that we are not leaving anyone behind. So inclusion aspects, so that the challenge of leaving some gender or people with a disability out is being addressed. So inclusion issues, and then emerging challenges like climate adaptation. These are really very core issues that I've seen AMID being conscious about. Yeah, those professionals in this field of international development, my advice, one is to always keep to the needs, demands that are in the society, not just going with what you think people need, but collaboratively working with the beneficiaries and communities to make a difference. Again, thinking sustainability, instead of just doing something for just a sudden change, but then sustainability, when you're not there, you want also to see impact in the time to come. The other advice is the need to join such a program always. The reason being, this is a platform to network with a multidisciplinary kind of a platform that helps you learn from very different sectors. And this makes the professional young people become even more relevant in the international development, and also when we are doing cooperation with other organizations. Yes. Having been a beneficiary of AMID program, one, this program is relevant, very relevant to the work that we do on day-to-day basis. So anyone who is interested to do AMID program, just be open-minded that you receive relevant technical support, and you'll be able to interpret theory to practice. That's really core. And again, the other bit is that the flexibility of being a blended kind of a training, such that the trainee is able to be in classroom once in a week, and then again be working. That's a blended approach that's really helping the trainee quite a lot. And then the exposure, I would say that the trainee as a platform to interact quite well, broadly, with the various people nationally and internationally. That makes you a better professional in international cooperation and also in sustainable development.
My name is Aurelia Munene. I work with the AMID program here in Nairobi as a coach, as a personal development coach. So the AMID program is very unique because it combines an opportunity for the trainees to have practical experience, as well as have professional training in development work, and also have an opportunity for personal development coaching. This blending ensures that we have holistic trainees who are responsive change agents in their communities. Based on my experience as a personal development coach, I would say the AMID program has managed to ensure that the professional and the personal are always prioritized in the development process. Because oftentimes we disconnect the two, and then we have graduates or we have people working in development work who are not connected to their core values. But the AMID program allows development agents who are sensitive to their values and also responsive to their communities. To the trainees, it's
Throughout the 20th century, virtually nothing was known about the values, preferences, or insights of African people. Experts, intellectual elites, media pundits, and politicians purported to know what we thought. Even as political openings began to transform the continent in the 1990s, conventional wisdom held that we were focused on economic and social development and didn't care much about democracy or human rights. Against this backdrop, Afrobarometer emerged quietly. Conceived in South Africa and born in Ghana, the brainchild of 3 professors who envisioned a world in which Africa's development is anchored in the realities and aspirations of its people.
Sometime in 1998, Mike Bratton, Bob Martis, and I met in South Africa for a conference. We were talking among ourselves and discovered that the 3 of us were undertaking, conducting opinion surveys. So Mike was conducting opinion surveys in Zimbabwe and Bob in South Africa, and I was doing that in Ghana. We thought, well, it would be a good idea to do this systematically and comparatively, so that we get a sense of things. And this was particularly interesting to us because we were at a conference on African democratization, and we realized that up to that point, we only had assumptions and presumptions about what ordinary Africans thought about the economic and political liberalization reforms that were going on in their countries, especially the democratic reforms.
Afrobarometer started in 1999 mainly as an academic exercise, but the overall vision or purpose of the project was to ensure that the voices of ordinary Africans was not lost in policy discourse. Since then, Afrobarometer has collected, analyzed, and disseminated information about citizen priorities, preferences, and their experiences of governance on the African continent. And we've done this consistently in the past 25 years.
Over the next quarter century, Afrobarometer would write a new African story, giving voice to millions once unheard. Building a pan-African network of researchers, Afrobarometer would become a beacon, guiding governments and policy actors, carrying the experiences, concerns, and hopes of ordinary people to decision makers around the globe. Like most great things, we started small. In 1999, the idea of polling African citizens seemed impossible, even laughable to many observers. Professors Michael Bratton, E. Jima Bwedi, and Robert Mattis were not deterred.
Again, the misperception out there amongst people who had the money to provide assistance for surveys was that Africans won't tell you their opinions, right? So that you need to do more participant observation type of research, anthropological type of research, rather than questionnaire surveys.
When the Afrobarometer was getting started, a lot of people thought that it didn't make sense to do this kind of research in Africa, that Africans wouldn't be interested, that they wouldn't sort of mesh with the methodology.
Well, when we put in, when we applied for funding for our concept of undertaking opinion surveys in African countries, some of the people who reviewed the application for the National Science Foundation and others that we applied to were quite dismissive. They dismissed the application on the grounds that everybody knows what Africans think. Secondly, it was impossible anyway, given the African terrain.
Merging independent research projects from Michigan State University, the Institute for Democratic Alternatives in South Africa, and the Ghana Center for Democratic Development, they completed the first survey in 12 countries, from Botswana and South Africa to Ghana and Nigeria in 2001. Their first data set proved that Africans can be scientifically polled just like people in other regions of the world, and debunked the notion that Africans are indifferent to democratic governance.
And again, I think, our very first round of surveys just stood that on its head and showed you that people are quite, willing to engage and to think about politics in a serious way and express their opinions.
Being able to do 12 countries, clean the data set, get it ready for analysis was a
All right. Good afternoon.
was a big validation of
Media team.
concept.
Great. Thank you so much. Let's get to start the afternoon session. I'm sorry for the slight delay. We were trying to create an equality moment so that Madam Bright can get on stage. So we've managed to get the other door open. This session, the second panel, is going to be a very engaging session. I'd request that all of us stay put until the end of it. It's going to be presided over by a great researcher, a gentleman renowned in matters research, Mr. John Njoka, a research fellow at IDS. And he's going to handle the next session. He'll call his panel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. John Njoka.
So thank you very much. Good afternoon. So this time we are supposed to have a panel, and then we should have a plenary session. So my style is to break the norm, which I do many times, and we have been told in the keynote that development can be looked at differently. So I want to shift power to the plenary first. So I will invite the panelists to come forward. Professor Michael Chege. The panelists will sit here, so I'll invite them to come forward. And then we will start with hearing from the audience, from the plenary. And then when the panelists are giving their reflections, they also reflect on that, because we are progressively building on what has been going on since morning. We are not going to talk very many different things. And the principle of this is for us to get closer to pinning on the role of development studies in a changing world. So in front of us here, we have 5 panelists, and they are there in the program. At the end, there is Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa. He works for an organization known as USAWA. USAWA is like equality. I think USAWA means equality, isn't it? It's Swahili for equality. But I think they work more on education. So I will not read bios, I'll just introduce them. But when someone comes, as they are speaking to their various issues, then they may tell you a bit about themselves. I'm trying to save time, so killing, I think, 5 birds with 1 stone. Then next to Emmanuel is Professor Michael Chege. Professor Michael Chege is a research professor and has a long history engaging with development issues in Kenya and beyond, and in government. And so from a development studies perspective and development thinking, he has a wealth of experience. Then after Professor Chege is Mr. Jackson Ombare. He did give opening remarks, but for those who may have come late, he works for an international organization known as Forum CIV, which is dealing with a host of issues, including economic empowerment, civic engagement, gender equality, and many other issues. And then after Jackson is Dr. Grace Ongwire. Grace worked at IDS previously. Actually, when I joined, she was there, but then left. And she has a lot of experience on economic policy, working for international organizations. Those of you who have ever heard of Africa Peer Review Mechanism, which was a government sort of audit in terms of government to government auditing each other. And there are many issues around that. She has been a strong force behind that, but also worked at policy levels, even at county level. So she can actually resonate with economic policy and development from the various levels. And then at the end here, on my immediate, is it left or right, is Bright Oyawa, who works on transported mobility, working for an organization called GRSP or ASRIT. And Bright, we have worked together before, but she is very well known in the transport and safety issues. And she resonates a lot with the issues of development, speaking from also a practitioner point of view. And therefore, it's a varied group of panelists. And so we want to deal with the issues from very practical, but also touching a bit on the scholarly aspects that were covered earlier in the morning. So without further ado, I'll invite the audience. Do you have microphones? I'll invite, so Javas, you can assist me with that, or the other young men around. You can just raise your hand wherever you are. And also for our participants who are online, you can, I think the person controlling online can tell us when there is someone who needs to speak, so that then we also give them a chance. We would like you to raise very brief either issues or areas of concern which you would like us to reflect on, even as the panelists get into sharing their perspectives on matters, development studies in a changing world. There is a gentleman there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Njoka, and also the organizers of this event. I think what I've learned from this whole seminar is the issue of resource utilization and mobilization. And reflecting on what Professor Hickey had just presented to us earlier, there's something that caught my attention, and that is tied to the definition of capitalism in the African context. When you're talking about capitalism, for decades now, we have been told to believe that capitalism holds the key to economic development in Africa. Unfortunately, it also has some cons, because we are seeing issues of inequality in resource distribution, and we are also seeing issues of marginalization when it comes to the political economy environment. So I do not know, as development practitioners and also as emerging scholars, what are some of the solutions that can be used to address this issue, more especially when it comes to the definition, the rethinking the definition of capitalism. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So that's a question on rethinking about development from a capitalist perspective.
On this for the stand, I'm Clive. I can be waving. You can say me waving. I'm Clive. I work in this particular institution, and I wanted to ask on the role of public participation in development. I don't know if you can actually quantify what, when the public gives its views on a particular document or a particular policy, it can actually translate within certain parameters, and you can actually see the development there. So the role of public participation in development, and also question, in our constitution, we talk about republic. And there's republic, there's a democracy. In our constitution, it talks about the Republic of Kenya. So I don't know if this particular republic actually changes the meaning of public participation within the context of our constitution. Because I'm thinking republics, as much as they allow for views within the public, it's usually quite limited. And you can actually see this in terms of democracy, that is quite also different. So, question of the public participation, that's my question. If you can actually quantify them and quantify them in terms of what benefits they have in the economy, and the question of the republic, which is in our constitution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's public participation and whether the republic issue, what has that down over there?
Yeah, so thank you so much, Chair. My name is Douglas, a friend of IDS. Maybe my question would be, and especially to someone like Professor Shege, is that to what extent, as we think about development, when we started in the 1960s, the issues that we used to deal with as a nation or even a continent have since evolved. People have also changed. Systems have also changed. So maybe from the perspective of development strategists, what are the people, the rate at which the development as a social science is changing, how is there a disconnect with the people? Because I've had conversations about the development resources are shrinking. The issues of the people are even becoming more rampant, especially when you bring the context of changing governance systems. So to what extent do we have that disconnect between the people and the rapid changing development studies? And now to Mr. Munyasa, Daktari there. I know we have had a lot of issues with the education sector. And maybe from the standpoint of development studies, what are some of the gaps that maybe you have observed, especially in things to do with the way our education systems are designed vis-a-vis the problems that the societies are contending with? Are they developmental? Are they governance issues? What, from your end, maybe what maybe you might think about it? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. 2 questions, very targeted. I can see the panelists are taking notes. We can have two more.
Thank you. I think it's my time. Morris Odhiambo is my name. Dr. Njoka is a former student, but I'm at DDIS, Department of Diplomacy and International Studies. One is a comment. It seems in the morning we're really talking about what is it that informs development, and I'm lucky because from international relations, quite a number of concepts that were being used here kind of from my tribe. So we're talking about power. We're talking about power, of course, politics at different levels, whether global, regional, at national level, and so on. Knowledge, and then we are talking about agency, which is basically action. That's kind of my conceptual construction of what we're talking about in the morning. I think for Africa, or maybe poorer sections of this world, these 3 things don't seem to be aligned. The politics, that is power, the knowledge to be able to then build technology and also build agency using that knowledge. So what I see as a gap is when these 3 are not aligned, then you are unlikely to have the agency to use your resources for advancement. The second thing is the question of agency, because I think they're problematizing the issue of you provide data, you have data, But then this data doesn't seem to be transitioning into any tangible benefit for what we then call development. What about the question of advocacy? I see also in the room we have a lot of civil society types. I also come from civil society. Should academia also engage in advocacy, or should that then be a kind of partnership then that works with civil society and social movements and so on, and how can that work in the current era where we seem to be going into a more realist relationships and so on, where power is going to probably matter a lot more than norms and so on. Finally, the issue of knowledge. It seems to me as if we are saying, what is the place of knowledge in terms of development, particularly in Africa, or to use these terminologies that I don't know where they are coined from, South. I don't know we are South in relation to what. But it seems to me that we have not had ways of making knowledge from so-called South dominant in the development discourse. And so such knowledge has been overtaken. But there's another aspect to this. Every time I hear about indigenous knowledge, it's actually some so-called NGOs coming with projects to start talking about indigenous knowledge in Africa. Whereas here, but that conversation about indigenous knowledge just doesn't seem to be happening locally. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Quite challenging issues. Let's get about two more.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Edward Chiwili, Research Fellow at the Institute of Economic and Social Research, University of Zambia, and I'm the National Investigator for Afrobarometer in Zambia. Yeah, wonderful presentations and conversations. And what I gathered from the conversation, starting with Professor Hickey, is that relationship is a key component of development. And also what came out from the other speakers was the issue of partnership, which is related to relationship. And Professor Hickey talked a bit about value addition, and my question is around that, and building on that, how we are seen. So the West and Africa have different understandings of what comprises local value addition and what parts of critical mineral value and chains could be located in African countries. While African countries have ambitious agendas to produce consumer goods like electric batteries, Europe sees us, or sees Africa's role as more limited to mineral processing. What do we need to do for the West to start seeing us the way we see ourselves? How do we change the narrative? How do we get the respect we deserve? We are more ambitious, we are seeing ourselves there, and they are seeing us down there. And yet development is about partnership on equal footing. How do we change the narrative? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give the lady there. Then we listen to someone online. We'll still give another round later. Oh, okay. The gentleman there already has the mic. Then we give the lady here. Then we go online in that order.
Okay. Thank you so much. First, I appreciate the presentations today. I've really learned a lot. My question, I think, is just related to the other gentleman who was talking about the global South. Now, my question is, how can development studies bridge the gap between academic research and practical community development? Because sometimes you have a questionnaire, you ask something, and someone looks at you like there is that gap between what is on the ground and also now the real research. Lastly, the second question is that in a world facing rapid technological development like we are seeing now and social changes, how can development studies remain relevant in shaping inclusive and sustainable policies? Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Okay.
So good evening. My name is Caroline Mwangi. Thank you for the presentations as well. So for my question is, how can we plug in the youth in participatory governance in funded projects? How can we plug in the youth in participatory governance in funded projects? Thank you.
Okay, great. There was a question online. IT team, you can facilitate the online participant to ask the question. Okay, 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Once we get, as they get set, once we hear that, we'll come to the panelists and they will make their remarks in recognition of all these questions and issues. And then we will do another round. And then now, Kurud.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you. Proceed.
Maybe I'll get crushed, but I'm a friend of IDS. My name is Dr. Monya, and I congratulate you all. Now, my first question is about the numbers. This is a very big event. You can see 20 online and a few people in the room. I think that is bad manners. I hope that our Africa can wake up to the challenges of the continent. So that is my first question to.
Noted. Continue. You want a second question? Or we lost you? He has dropped off, eh? I think we can continue. We are few, but we were told in the morning 2 or 3 are enough. We don't need the whole country here. Yeah. So I think I will give a chance to the panelists. And I think because I finished with the Bright, I will start with her and we go all the way to the end. You make your comments as you also speak to any of the issues which have been there. Some of the issues were very well targeted, but I think if a colleague answers on something, do not belabor it, try to answer on another one. So Bright, you can make your remarks.
Thank you very much. As you heard, my name is Bright Oyoya. I work for the Global Road Safety Partnership, where I'm a consultant. I will start by a thought or two that came from previous conversations. I liked the idea of development studies vis-a-vis development thinking. And that's where I begin my remarks. Just the journey from downstairs to here was quite a long one. If you noticed, I had to go out and then turn around and then didn't know what you're doing. So I'm just thinking, when we talk about development studies, the thinking that goes into development, is this a reflection then of how we perceive it? Development for who? When the minority or majority, are there stratas? Are there demarcations? And therefore, the person that says that we have data and data is not consumed, the role of agency is the example that then I depict from this. I am sure studies have happened about inclusion. I am sure there are papers that have been written. I'm not an academic, so I can speak in normal language. but yet the turning that data into reality and access when I'm in the transportation space. Transportation is an enabler to other development issues and other development pillars. There is a target in the Sustainable Development Goal that is dedicated to transportation. And one of the aspirations is to reduce crashes, that is a matter of sustainability, but so to have livable cities, livable environments, etc., etc. So data then must be used in ways that is palatable. Who are you producing the data for? For what purpose? Academically, yes, it will be in the shelves, but who is the audience? Sometimes very good, you say we have done research, but it's not moving the needle. Deeply possible that it's the way it's packaged, that it's not palatable and therefore not able to be broken into smaller pieces. When we say livable cities, as a development issue, part of this SDGs, what are we saying and how are we engaging policymakers to be able to translate that data from numbers, figures, to the reality and contextualize it to the people that it's being addressed to? So development has its place. There are changing dynamics, but unless we are able then to have the agency you talked about, and that calls for partnership, because maybe academia may not be the channel for those partnerships, so that that information is be able to be packaged in ways that then are meaningful. And we know with the changing dynamics in development, multilateralism, I never get to say it, I almost said it. Now internalizing the looking inwards is changing the dynamics of development. And the people that have been excluded, and I started by showing the exclusion picture, continue to be excluded because the priorities now focus on the thing that's trending. Say, climate change. Say, what about simple access? What about, and knowing that if I have access, then I can engage in economic development. I can go to work, then I can go to school. Transportation affects education, transportation affects health, transportation affects every sector that you may want, economics. So I think that holistic approach is what we need to rethink, how we repackage it in the light of the realities that we find ourselves in. Maybe I'll start with that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go to Grace. So I think she has spoken to issues of inclusion, use of data, and also even partnering, a proposal for partnering for that purpose, because we may not necessarily in academia be well versed with that field. And Grace? Yes, you can start.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes, maybe briefly about my introduction. I think because of time, our names were spelled out, but I just want to spend a second saying who I am professionally. IDS is my mother. So today I came back to see my mother was one of the first to arrive with my sister professor here. When you're going to the mother, you must be early. IDS mentored me, and the journey of my career in economics started not from IDS, but also the Ministry of Planning and the Bureau of Statistics. So at the initial offset, I would just like to emphasize that given my background, I've worked across many policy institutes within the continent, and I just want to spend a minute or two again talking about the importance of the linkages between economic policy and development. I think it is coming out clearly that there must be a gap, I think, in honesty. And having spent all these years through, all the grilling plus research plus evaluation of various policy institutes within the continent, there must be a gap that we have to address in terms of way forward. And this gap in our minds and from the discussions we've held is that there's a disconnect somehow between policy and research. And that linkage is very, very important to bear in mind, even as we are researchers or policymakers, because without that linkage, research can continue, but on their own, they're doing research and policy recommendations. Professor Chege here, who was the advisor to the then Minister of Planning, Professor Nyong'o, would agree that policy recommendation is not an easy job to do because you may be talking to somebody who may not understand. I mean, people from various disciplines. And it takes a whole process because even as you're briefing the people to follow that policy, you could be given 10 minutes now to talk about this policy that you have brought in from the research. So what I'm saying here is that we really need to be clear about the linkage between economic policy and development. Is our research guided? And really having looked at even what we are doing in terms of self-assessment, are we really assessing ourselves and being relevant? I think these are the keywords that came out from many of our presentations. Reflection, relevance, sustainability, partnership. These are keywords that must be really crystal clear in our minds as we move on, particularly enhancing that linkage between even research, policy, and implementation. So in essence, I'm summarizing by saying that without that, then we cannot address all these equity issues that we are talking about. We cannot address all the sustainable development goals that we are committed to. And we cannot then monitor and evaluate really what we need to do. So how do we say that? How is it trickling down to the county or community level when our indicators or our measurement, we are not clear about, when we are not talking to each other because we are busy with this side of research, but the policy implementers may also say that we don't understand the data. And actually, when you look at even some of the commitments in our country that we are signatory to, many people may not understand it. These issues that are signed very quickly at those big meetings, because then how do you monitor what you don't even understand? And these are the real issue. I think in terms of way forward and being positive as we've been in this meeting, it is important to accept where the gaps are. So I'm really, really emphasizing on these gaps. Then when I took care of, when I worked with the African Capacity Building Foundation based in Harare, I was in charge on some policy monitoring, some policy institutes. Because I'm Kenyan, I couldn't monitor KIPRA, but I monitored EPRC, ESRF, Tanzania one. I also worked closely with REPOA, the Poverty Alleviation Institute. There's a disconnect somewhere that has to come out very, very openly. And I think at the onset, that is really what I wanted to say. And to give a practical example, we heard about the African peer review mechanism. We were one of the first countries then when I was the CEO for NEPAD. Demonstratively, I worked very, very closely. Winnie Professor was the deputy of the National Governing Council. Many of our professors were involved in one way or the other. Staff from the IDS were totally involved. So that, they were experts. KIPRA was for economic policy. IDS was for socioeconomic. Center for Corporate Governance was for governance issues. I'm giving this demonstrative, practical issue of how working together and agreeing that each institution has its own mandate. By the time we were preparing the late former President Kibaki, we were so clear in our mind that what the data had said and what the people had said is what the head of state had to go and say amongst his peers. And it is a demonstrated example of how together we worked, produced one of the best reports that is cited up till today, years later, but it was understanding that there's this discipline that goes with that, and that together we can come out with something that is actually talking about our country. So even when it was being implemented then, the National Program of Action, that was the major output of the whole exercise, we were clear in our mind. There was no lack of data. And finally, I'll come back again. Finally, when we are even doing the indicators for measurement, are we clear in our mind that what are we measuring? Because we can't say that people at the community level are crying, no this, no that. And we can't also just continuously say, oh, now finances are dwindling. There are creative ways of addressing some of these things. But my problem is that we are not communicating at all levels. Policy, research, policy implementers, and the gaps. So one question I wanted to ask any of the panelists, I think there was a time when there were these programs, economic policy management programs that were supported by the ACBF then, whereby it was not enough to study economics. After you had studied economics and joined the scheme of service, in the continent, there were 4 universities offering these courses. There was Makerere, I think Ghana, Legon, Cote d'Ivoire, and Cameroon for the Francophones. And this course really sort of added to what you have learned theoretically, so that as you're going into policy, you are clear in mind that I'm a policy maker and I'm not just going to put my good research to gather dust in the shelves. So in terms of self-reflection, I would be very glad if we identified our gaps and work towards our gaps to enhance that linkage and to understand that that linkage is important for our future reshaping of our minds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Grace. I think she has answered a lot of questions and even given proposals on how people can advance their training post-university. But of course, research also needs to be crafted with the user in mind. Jackson, you can take the floor.
Thank you so much. My name is Jackson Yobare. I'm the Regional Manager for Forum Civ, based here in Nairobi. I want to start by responding to the question from the audience that asked about the youth involvement in donor-funded programs. If you are not in the design, if you are not on the table, you are in the menu. And that means it's so difficult to start including youth or any other category for development interventions during the implementation stage. You need to be involved from the design so that the pain points of the youths or any other person from our country, citizens, communities are taken care of at the design stage. Remember, making changes during implementation, it's easier, but also it takes time because resources were not provided. So mine is even to, as we discussed, is a lot of IDS in the dynamic and changing world, is to continue what they have been doing, but also rethink through how. How do they involve communities in the co-creation processes of their research that results into action at the end of the day? Then the other reflection I've had, we're talking about a lot of research that's been produced by IDS and other universities. And there are raft of recommendations that is usually in those studies. How do those recommendations find themselves to be in an action table? Do they always translate? And what is the problem of translating most of those research findings or actions into programs that can create change at communities level? I think the answer lies, how I see it, on financing. And when we talk about the financing structure for development, it is how much resources are allocated for development, research into action. And we are seeing is declining, as the keynote address speaker talked about it, declining international funding because of geopolitics and nationalistic tendencies for those funders who are giving traditional funding in the past. And I could urge us, including IDS, to start looking at innovative financing models. How do we engage other actors who are providing finance, and how we've given them a value proposition on why they should be able to fund these initiatives, and this is how it is linked either to specific SDGs, because really we are working on development in all perspectives. The other reflection is about the world is very volatile. Our world is very uncertain. The world is very complex and also is very ambiguous in many ways. And therefore, because of this, it requires to have a system thinking approach, not working in silos, because everything is interconnected. If you are working in silo mentality, then you are not able to solve any problem. And IDS here has an opportunity. Being a multidisciplinary institute, it brings all these actors. It should be easier to see where can we unlock the challenges that we face as an institution to be able to move to the next level and contribute immensely to the development space that we are seeing. But also, how do you look, because you keep talking about policy, and I see some years back we were working with IDS, the Bureau of Statistics, to produce studies. And I think I was part of the second MSME report of this country in 2016, and IDS was involved. But then you see critical policy instruments, IDS is not involved. How then can you lobby government to ensure that they don't bypass IDS that should be able to support in generation of this policy and lobby to ensure that implementation happens, instead of bypassing and using maybe consultants to do a policy that will never see the light of the day? That could be my initial reflections, and I'm emphasizing system thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Systems thinking. Thank you, Jackson. And also the whole idea of creating research programs, starting with the people who you also want to use them. And I think the question of youth has been answered very well. Professor Michael Chege, it's your turn. There were questions even directed at you.
Yes, indeed, and I'm always happy to talk, but particularly to the younger people, when they're asking me for references and discussion of the situation in our country in the earlier days. I said at the beginning when we were introducing ourselves that my first job in this university was that of a research assistant to the director of the Institute for Development Studies, Professor James Coleman. Late, he was a distinguished scholar in many ways, a distinguished individual. And that was 1970. And I worked in the Department of Government and Diplomacy, and back to the Institute for Development Studies. Always went to and became associated with these major publications and research seminars, workshops, publications. And I still do today. It's an institution which is very dear to me. And that's because I found the institution at that time as a body which had a very intimate relationship with policymakers. I'll tell you the difference between then and now, which my colleague here has just responded to. IDS work in the 70s, even as late as the 80s, was directly obtained from the priorities that the government wanted to know, policy issues about, and the consequences thereof. And the Ministry of Planning, Finance, the major economic ministers were represented in the board of IDC, of IDS. And therefore, the direction of research priorities of the Institute were those which guided researchers. Papers which came out of seminars and workshops were distributed almost immediately to the top policymakers in government. The discussion papers the working papers, all of that, as well as the major publications. If you look at the publications of the Institute, you will see in the early 70s a lot of publications on the Special Rural Development Program, evaluation, analysis, and so on. That was a government project to spike faster growth in rural development in response to raising incomes, but also giving young people opportunities for employment. We lost that connection somewhere between structural adjustment, as Professor Alila was saying, and the IDS became actually more politicized internally within university politics. Teaching became a component of the Institute, and we heard a lot about this from Professor Njukunangethe. In the earlier phase, the Institute was primarily research. Teaching was done in the departments. Okay, let me come to the question of uptake of research into policy, which again we heard from the speakers this morning. In fact, I see this session here, ladies and gentlemen, as a continuation of the discussion we had this morning on the role of research in policy and the changing world in which we are in. You know, there's a quote from Niccolo Machiavelli in The Prince. We used to teach political theory in government the first year. And the Prince featured, not in the way that is used today to justify tyranny, but as a work of political thought. Machiavelli in The Prince is advising the Lord of Florence, Giovanni Medici, about how to rule his principality and survive and thrive. And he broaches the question of advice to the prince. When does it work? When does it not work? And he says the first thing you want to do is to look at who the prince is surrounded by as his principal advisors and movers and shakers of power. Look at who is the principal placeholders around the prince, and that gives you a definition of what prince you have. Then he proceeds to say that a prince who is not wise himself is incapable of taking wise advice. The prince who is not wise himself is incapable of taking good advice. Survey the crowd around him who are influential, because then you know who you are coming up against. And second, is a prince wise? Don't go peddling wise advice to a prince who is not wise. It will not take traction. So to me, that's the beginning of your analysis of how effective you can be in the circumstances in which you're providing good advice. All the same, I'm not against forthright research on policy, whether it's taken by government or not. It's still useful. It extends the domains of knowledge. This is what universities are established for. Every one of us goes and wakes up one morning out of curiosity as a scholar, as a researcher, and you go into the library and you pick up publications which go, we are talking about a publication here, it's 400 years old, and you learn something from it. So don't get discouraged because it was not taken by the government. If it was of good scholarship quality and made a contribution, it has made a greater contribution than you think. Sometimes government implement bad policies and from people who pretend to be scholars. We have somebody in this country today who advertises himself as Professor Mutai Nguni. Self-declared professor from a shallow, fake school of government and a shallow, fake radio television program, very well endowed. And is a real advisor to government. And none of you are calling people like this out. Why? It is, a country disappears or disintegrates slowly, then suddenly. The point to speak out is when it is suddenly deteriorating.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. So you can start wondering who is the prince. And I think he did not name the prince. He gave it and left it to our imagination. Dr. Manyasa.
Thank you, Prof, for saying that. Mutai Nguni is not the only one. There are certainly very many. We can list them until evening. So my name is Emmanuel Manyasa. I work for Usawa Agenda, and we promote education justice. And I will come back to talk about what we mean by that, and speak to some of the questions that have been raised on education, because I think it is important. As we think about development, we ask ourselves, what is the role of education in all this? And what is the role of education in our development or under-development, as we may deem fit? But before that, I want to respond to the question by, I think, if I'm not mispronouncing your name, is Chiwiri. You asked how can we get ourselves to be respected and to be able to utilize our own resources. And let me tell you, there are people outside of this continent who actually see Africa as four things. One is a source of raw material, as a source of cheap labor, as a market for cheap products, not the good ones, but cheap products, and as a carbon sink, and nothing more than that. So it is upon us to start to ask ourselves, how do we change this picture? First of all, ask, why are we viewed as that? Because many times I hear people talk about Africa being third world, and I wonder, is there anything in the first world that didn't come from this third world? Is there? And so why is this third world? Are we the people, the third world ones? Or is it the land that is Africa that is third world? And I think that is a challenge for us to figure out as we think about development, and start to ask ourselves, development happens at many levels. Development happens at personal level, at communal level, at national level, at the global level. I was in New York for UNGA, and on the eve of Trump's speech, the TV was replaying George H. Bush's speech to the UN in 1990. And he had a different perspective of global development, of shared prosperity. And then, of course, you all know what Trump said the next day. And so you ask yourself, how has the world moved from that vision that George Bush Sr. had of shared prosperity in 1990 to the vision that Trump has now of developed countries having to build walls, because if they don't build walls, in his own words, those countries are going to go to hell. And it's important that we then reflect on the implications of all these perspectives that are coming from influential people in the world on what we are able to do to be able to advance the cause of development in our societies. Because it has implication on resources that are available for investment. It has implication on the opportunities for what I'll call honest partnership.
Because a lot of, and it's true that there is a lot of stories around you have to partner, you have to partner. And we work with a lot of partners ourselves. And we have gotten to a point where anyone who knocks on our door and says we want to partner, we take several steps back and ask, so why do you think we should partner? Because a lot of partnerships are actually about power and control. And that could actually derail your own agenda so that you start to serve someone else's agenda in the name of partnership. And so we ask ourselves, what is it we are partnering about and why now, before we enter into partnerships? I'd like to speak to the issue of, are there gaps in our education? And this is very critical to me because this is the work that I do all the time. I have worked for 21 years. 11 of those years I was teaching in the university, and now 10 years doing research full-time in education. And there are lots of gaps about what we have designed our education to be and what the society requires from our education. We have designed our education that was bequeathed to us by our colonial masters, an education that was designed to produce workers for the system. And we have continued to produce more workers for a system that is no longer capable of absorbing those workers. And now we start to face the other challenges associated with that, the youth unemployment, and the danger that that causes. And I wish that this room was full of government people so I could tell them, if there is anything that will make this continent burn, is youth unemployment, more than anything else. Yeah? Because people have never sat down and put themselves in the feet of a young man who lives in university this year with a girlfriend. They have been boyfriend, girlfriend for 4 years in university. And they have to watch their girlfriend get married to an older man because yeah, they cannot even afford their own keep. They are living with a friend. They can't rent a place for themselves. So they cannot think about settling down with that girlfriend. And so they have to watch that girlfriend marry an older man. We have never thought about what that does and the danger that that poses to this society. And that has to do with us continue to implement an education philosophy and setup that was meant at a time when we needed to produce workers for a system that needed workers. That is one gap that we have in our education. The second gap that we have in our education is that there is an attempt, and this is now a global problem, it's not Kenya. There is an attempt by people to take education and attempt to privatize it and try to use it to build a dual glass floor and glass ceiling. So that if you are very well to do, you will invest so much in the education of your child that even if they are as dumb as hell, there is a certain minimum that they cannot fall below, because of the kind of investment you have put in the education. And at the same time, because there is inadequate investment, public investment in education of those who come from weaker backgrounds, the same floor that prevents the dumb ones from the higher echelons from falling below is also a ceiling for those from the lower echelons who can't afford a good quality education to rise above. And this is a major flaw in our education until we are able to address it so that education allows every young person to achieve their full potential, regardless of which household they were born in, which will then enable us as society to harness the best from among our populace to tap their full potential, not half-baked potential because they had to drop out at some point, to tap every citizen's potential to contribute to our economy. I think that those are gaps that we need to fill in our education. Finally, I want to speak about the issue of public participation. and how we can get the work that IDS and other researchers are doing to be able to contribute to policy and practice in our society and advance our countries. I think that we claim to live in democratic societies. If we live in a democratic society, we are governed by politicians. Politicians maximize our political support function. At any given time, that is what they try to maximize. So we need to find a way in which we can be able to use the evidence that we have to encourage public participation in ways that can shift the political support function of these politicians in favor of the progress that we want to see. I would agree with Professor Alila that change always happens. But I think our struggle is to make sure that we are not changing on the decomposition side, because even decomposition is change. We need to be changing on the progressive side. And that is our biggest task. And that is the task that IDS and all others who are involved in development research are supposed to be trying to make sure that the politicians are responding to the public pressure through public participation, and they are able to make change that is positive. And finally, that these societies that are also making decisions, because not all developmental decisions are made by governments. There are developmental decisions made in the communities. If we decided that we are going to circumcise girls at age 14 and marry them off, it's a societal level decision that has developmental implications. That they also know this evidence that we are generating and what it actually means. We have a big issue with knowledge generation. And this is an issue that sometimes we have talked about decolonizing knowledge. Of course, there are experiences that we could share if there was time where we feel there is an attempt to control what kind of knowledge is generated here through what is funded to be generated. But we have a tradition as a people. We have come from an oral culture. And the faster we walk away from the oral culture, the better for our development. Because what the oral culture did is that it limited what we could learn. If you can only learn orally, then you can only learn from the people you meet. And that also means you can't learn from people who are removed from you in time and space. And yet most of the knowledge that you need is in people you will never meet, is in people who died before you were born, is in people who live continents away from you, but you need to access that information. We need to work very hard to transition from this oral culture, which is the reason we have lost a lot of our indigenous knowledge, because it was never written down. So whoever died with some of it, some forgot. We need to start to walk away from the oral culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He has listed some of the issues in education, and also even talked about the importance of knowledge. And as we check, I wanted to give the plenary another round of any few burning questions. But I also would like to point out that IDS usually has a seminar series, and some of these issues which we may not exhaust here, Dr. Manyasa, like now that issue of decolonization, these are some issues which we can take forward in our seminar series, and you just need to get to talk to us. Every Thursday afternoon, we dedicate for seminars, and we are always open to work with other people, other organizations. It is one of the ways through which we encourage knowledge sharing, both from among ourselves, but also from people from outside. And we'll always be able to work around that. I think most of the issues were responded to. And as I wait to see whether there is any hand up for any burning question, yes, we have one question here and another one there. Is it a repeat? It's a new one. Okay, let's start with the gentleman here who had not asked a question. Oh, you are going to the. Okay, let's start with him. Just one question. Don't make them double.
Okay, I had two, but I'll ask the first one because it is tied to these celebrations, IDS at 60. And listening to the introductions, some of the people now prominent in IDS came in as economists, political scientists, yet tied to what Dr. Manyasa is saying, there is a discussion out there about irrelevant causes. And I said, okay, thank goodness I came for the IDS at 60. But if that discussion were to be followed to the letter, and strictly and those irrelevant causes from where PK, the 2KKs came from, will there be IDS at 70? Because then it means that there'll be no replacement stock for those that are currently leading IDS, because those that have been there before are not growing any younger. But it is good that they have maintained the friendship. And so, and tied to what Dr. Manyasa is saying about education for employment, are there irrelevant causes? And I ask that because I come from a civil society sector that is regarded as the troublesome one. You know, there's a way in which government has also profiled civil society, developmental NGOs, then governance and advocacy. And those of us who are in governance and advocacy are always perceived as a nuisance. And so when government cracks down on the sector, we are always struggling to demonstrate that we too contribute to development. That when we champion transparency and accountability, that when we demand for good governance, in the long run, it contributes to development. But that's not what people see out there. People want practical things. They think those who come to sink boreholes are the ones that, are doing development. Our media has not helped either. Whenever they profile candidates for elective positions, they talk about development records. So Suba Churchill, who has been making noise on good governance and accountability, is not seen as development conscious. But those in the service provision sector, subsector of the NGO world are perceived to be more development oriented. And that could be the same fate that is befalling IDS, because your contribution is abstract. Nobody can feel it. Nobody can touch it. Is it not time, therefore, that IDS, for example, conducted a study just to inform this, in my view, I consider to be very nonsensical debate about irrelevant causes, to inform some of those, policy pronouncements, because it has been there for a while, and we are seeing it being implemented. The other day, I think a week ago, I saw, a Commission for Education figuring out how to align and reduce, align the number of university intake to relevant courses. And I think this is a subject that IDS should take up. Thank you.
Good. A challenge. Let's take another one there, and we can keep thinking. I will give the panelists a chance to comment. But if you look at the program tomorrow, there is a session we are calling Future Proving IDS, and maybe that is where that proposal you are giving could be, but we'll still speak to it.
Okay, thank you once again, Mr. Njoka. And I forgot to say where I'm affiliated to. I'm from IDS actually. Yes, and the question that I'm asking is specifically addressing the education sector. In Kenya, we've seen a lot of political interference, especially in the education sector. Political interference in terms of the deployment of teachers, and also in terms of governance of education institutions. So as a development research institute, what are we supposed to do in order to prevent this occurrence from happening? Because as we're seeing right now, we are seeing a lot of exclusion, more especially from populations or even societies that are not politically correct with the government of the day, being sidelined. And you find that there are politicians who are being rewarded by these resources based on the positions that they take that favor the government of the day. So how can we actually come in and bridge the gap? And how can these political actors be held into account when it comes to matters of resource distribution and also allocation, especially in the education sector? Thank you.
Okay, great. Direct question on education and the politicization thereof. I think we can speak to those issues, but also remembering that earlier there was the question which was raised about capitalism as a definition of development and how we need to take it up in IDS. Maybe one of you, I think Professor Chege, you may want to speak to that quickly. And then in relation to that also there was the issue of, but this is an issue of participation. There was the issue of participation versus the republic. You know, like the republic and the talk of democracy cancels public participation. Maybe I will request Jackson to speak to that. I'm now targeting the responses so that we make it faster. And Dr. Manyasa, you may want to speak on what has just been talked about, like how education is getting politicized and all that, and probably comment, because you deal with education justice and you begin from basic education, whether there is anything like useless courses. And the good thing is you taught at the university, so you also know that. And then I may also want particularly like Grace, because the issue of development and how even concepts like indigenous knowledge are defined from the global north, and you have had a chance to engage in different countries, how countries are probably trying to engineer their ways of doing things without necessarily thinking of global north definitions, sort of what we can call, are there examples of homegrown, something like that? And Bright, you can talk about probably a stronger issue on inclusion, not just from mobility, but I think it's coming across in different ways. Allow me to start from my immediate right, and this time 1 minute each. There are very few issues, almost a question each, so that we can close.
Thank you. Please allow me to say something about inclusion. I skipped it last time. Our organization does not use the term inclusion at all, because we think it was supposed to be a short-term measure to remedy errors of the past. We had acknowledged that we built systems that excluded other people, and we needed to put extensions to those systems. I think 30 years since the inclusion agenda came into being, we cannot be planning the future with inclusion, because inclusion has two big mistakes in it. One, it presupposes that there are people with the rights to include others. It presupposes that, and that should never be the case. So we should build just systems that serve everyone. So allow me to stay on that. Let me come back to my brother Suba's issue of irrelevant courses. And I have gone to meetings where universities are saying we want to produce graduates that fit into the labor market. And I felt like crying. So if universities produce for the labor market, what will polytechnics do? Because polytechnics are supposed to produce technicians who go to the market, you are told how to fit these seats in this amphitheater, and you fit. Yeah, the employer is looking for someone to fit these seats. Can you fit? You come here and you fit. a university graduate cannot be that. If a university produces that, that university has lost its mission, because it should be producing someone who is going to determine what the labor market demands going forward. Not what the labor market already. If you fit into the labor market from university, you wasted your time in the university, I think. So the talk of irrelevant courses, I think it is cheap talk from where I sit. It's people who don't know. Education is supposed to serve three key purposes. Supposed to enable you to survive, it's supposed to enable you to thrive, and it's supposed to enable you to live at peace with the people and planet. Other than education for thriving, which is actually training, it's not really education, it's training to acquire skills. The rest are not in what they are saying market relevant, and yet they are important for societal stability and progression. So I feel that there are a lot of people who don't know anything and who unfortunately seem to have the ears of the prince, and it is unfortunate. That needs to be sorted out soon. It is for the same purpose that there is a lot of political interference in education systems. This university where we sit has an acting vice chancellor. Many other universities have acting administrators. When every university has an acting officer, they have been put in those positions deliberately. When I was a young man studying in the university, I used to work in Umias Sugar as a casual employee during holidays. And there used to be this statement that because you are a casual, your name has been written in chalk. If you mess around, you just pass the hand and your name is erased. Yeah, you're not like a permanent and pensionable staff who will have to go through disciplinary. We just erase your name, and you go. When someone is put in important position but in acting capacity forever, they have been told you're holding that office, but your name is written in chalk. So if we say jump, just ask how high. Don't ask why. Otherwise, we will pass the hand and erase your name. And I think that is the worst form of interference in our education institutions. They need to be on stable leadership. They need to be funded as they should. And if we deliberately ruin education, hoping that we will make everyone a hustler and that the country will grow from hustlers, we are joking a big deal. It's like saying we will grow the country with micro enterprises. Micro enterprises are ticks. They need a cow to feed off. If you put so many ticks in a glass, they will not survive. Yeah. So I think it's important that we ask ourselves these hard questions as a society. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. Prof?
The question of capitalism, Mr. Chairman, was debated in this country at the beginning, just after independence, when the session of paper number 10 on African socialism education and its application to planning was adopted. Capitalism understood as a system in which the principal means of production are capital in the private hands of the capitalists, as compared to feudalism, in which land is principal means of production owned by landowners. And this was rejected in favor of a mixed economy, one in which there was private capital and private firms in participation, but also cooperatives, that is collective ownership of the means of production, strongly promoted, and also foreign capital and private capital. So it's a mixed economy as defined in that paper. Do not mix that debate with the place of the market in the economy. It's possible, theoretically, to have a capitalist economy without capitalists, with the state being the owner of capital. the extent to which you let the market dominate your economy on the production side or even on the aggregate demand side, all these again are issues that you debate. This is what structural adjustment in the 80s was about. That practically everything imaginable, and this comes from University of Chicago, Department of Economics, which has been thoroughly disgraced now. Everything, including education, can be bought and sold. And therefore, a university like ours can produce degrees which the market will pay for, and the university will survive on the basis of that, hence the parallel program, and not have to rely on the treasury. And this way, you close the government deficit. This is, and is first tried at Makerere, and I said, no, this is madness. That you have to close the Department of Religious Studies, which means you end up with Chakahola, because you don't know the difference between religion and fake murderous ideologies. So at Makerere, you found Department of Religion teaching a course on ethics and tourism, because tourist companies will employ those people. And it is taught on in the evening after work, because people who want a diploma are available at that time to pay for it. So you correct the entire process, because you're using an institution like a university is supposed to generate knowledge and train people in learning and using learning as a skill. It does not have to produce people for the market. If you are smart, you determine whether you use the market or you don't. And the most serious society is that what is ailing Britain? What is ailing the United States? All the Western countries is this. Did we allow our countries to privatize too much, so much that ethics and values were lost? The present Prime Minister of Canada actually came up with a book. It's read lectures during the COP. This is what it's addressing issues about. We have to go back to the basics of society, the philosophy on which a society is based. Second point, Mr. Chairman, because you're short of time, I was asked to deal with a question that is, market must be restrained regardless of what. And you need a combination of market and state to be a developmental state. Second point, Mr. Chairman, a question was asked about the Constitution and why and whether we have a republic or a democracy. The question again is central and is broached first and foremost at a great length by Plato in the Republic. Obligatory reading. I don't care whether you are doing anthropology or economics or mathematics. Read it, man. This is what you're in university to do. As far as democracy is concerned, Plato was against it. Democracy understood as people meeting on the out there on the quadrangle, a Kamukunji. And that is where you decide what the government will do. That is a mob deciding by itself what will be done. And he thought ancient Greece was corrupted and decayed as a result of democracy, understood as more brutal in that sense. And that's why he preferred a republic government, a republican government, one in which people indeed their will will be, people's will is understood and executed and relied upon, but through their representatives who are wiser, better learned, less temperamental, and more willing to look at issues gradually. Ultimately, he was in favor of the philosopher king. a king who understood philosophy, but also understood the ways of government, which is a bit too much. Anyway, the important here about the Republic, which you see clearly worked out in his student, Aristotle, the Republic, and also most clearly in the foundational papers, Federalist Papers of the US, the papers of Madison, very clear. We must have a Republican government because if you leave it to the mob, you regret it. Yeah.
Prof.
Democracy seeks. No. Here is Plato. He says, democracy leads to anarchy, which is mob rule. And it leads from anarchy to tyranny. So you elect leaders who are educated to your House of Representatives. Then you elect even wiser people in your Senate in the US for a longer period and require even greater sensitivity and maturity and knowledge. That's a republic. Gen Z were mob rule when they came out, both times. But I tell you, it was a mob rule which was making sense to me. What you need is to distill that knowledge which they had. Trust me, just as you just been saying, you are producing graduates from schools, and that is what to do with them, the greatest problem we have in our country right now. And they had good ideas that the strategy of development that we have adopted, which is not creating enough quality jobs for them, is wrong. Don't tell us about a wheelbarrow and 50,000 shillings and say that, what is it called? This street vendor government, hustler philosophy is the way to the future. What if all these people have a wheelbarrow and 50,000? Is that what you want? And why do you want to send us to go and do dirty work in Europe and the Gulf? When we can see in China that in 40 years, they were able to conquer the problem that we have. And ditto, Southeast Asia. Gen Z were making a point. Let us, people like us and IDS, give them an answer which will work.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very key points. Jackson?
Yeah, just adding to what Prof said, because I was to contribute that question. I also want to invite you to read the book called The Idiot, written by a Russian, but on a chapter, Grand Inquester, that can respond to that question of democracy, if you read that section. But I want to respond to that question of public participation from a perspective of, if you don't participate, what is the consequence? One is the consequence of the Gen Z that happened on the finance bill of 2024. You all know they were not involved, and what happened to the disruption of the whole budget process of this country. The second one, a practical perspective again, what happened to the Adan deal? In this case, the key stakeholders were the workers at the Kenya Airports Authority. They were not involved. The government incurred a cost because eventually lack of public participation costs government, which costs us, taxpayers, when we are supposed to pay for contracts that were never executed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I'm to address two comments. The issue of cultural, is it cultural or indigenous? Just to give a very quick example, practical. When I worked in Nigeria, we were developing a program on women, peace and security in northern part of the country. And it was not very easy, but it involved that the people there had to be visited a number of months. It's a Muslim area, the states of Adamawa, Plateau, and Gombe, to the extent that if you just go there and you are not covered even as a lady, nobody will talk to you, nobody will listen to you. What I'm trying to say is that the cultural dynamics of the indigents is extremely important. And we do know that our people know exactly what they want. They will tell you, but they're also over-researched. I mean, you know, you take a lady from their farm and the whole day they're seated there without transport. It's not realistic. How else can we gather information? But I'm giving you this example that in that particular area, even talking to a household, a man and his wife, was impossible. We had to find ways because the women said, we can't talk before our husbands. And meanwhile, you've covered yourself totally, you know, the typical covering, and you don't go there as if, you know, you are all knowing. I think that is also a problem for us as researchers. Say, I'm here to learn from you. What's the best time to speak? Are you able to speak before, in here we'll say the husband or the mzee? Or can we find another period for talk? I think that's very, very important culturally, accepting who they are, but also not going there with a preconceived idea that I know it all. But that over-researching of, you know, our people in the community, it's really something we need to reflect on. They've been over-surveyed. They're tired. And particularly now that somebody leaves their household chores and now is busy the whole day in a meeting, going back to an empty house without food. Secondly, in terms of dwindling resources, again, let me give you a practical example. As I headed the UN Women in Nigeria and ECOWAS, had a special meeting just on resource mobilization. But my duty, representing the UN Women in Nigeria, was to get to the, you know, we know that the rich are rich, the poor are poor, but I was given the authority to reach out to even very, you know, progressive people like Aliko Dangote. You know, that we are having this, I'm giving this example that we have got to be bold. We have to know that we can do it, and we know that the resources are dwindling. So how do we get some of the philanthropists who can, you know, either take a school, a lady who is one of the richest in the continent, Alakaja. We approached and said, what can we do? This is our strategic plan. We need money, we don't have it. So it is really, you know, involving ourselves in very innovative ways that will give us resources. The third example then is even within the UN, that same program about Northern Nigeria, there was the component of UNICEF. UNICEF focuses on issues of children. We join hands for the purposes of resources, said, they are children, they are women. Why don't we come together and see how together we can raise resources? And the other example is even doing a program on, published program on ending hunger in the Horn of Africa. It was a huge program, but we did it through the African Union, IGAD, and FAO. So that it's not, you know, you're tackling a problem, but you're joining hands with other relevant agencies in charge of other components. And having said that, I think the whole issue of youth issue is being also taken very seriously in the continent. There's the Agenda 2063 and the Africa we want. I think there's a whole chapter on how we can really involve our youth, particularly in light of the changes that are taking place. And finally, I hope today that we have spoken in the context of the celebrations, but also the concept note and where IDS want to see themselves on issues of reflection. Our keynote speaker also talked a lot of issues around repositioning. And I hope that tomorrow we'll also have time to talk about reimagining. Actually, a stage has reached whereby with all this technology and AI and, you know, the world is moving so fast. So how can we now reimagine our development discussion for transformative leadership? That reimagining is like we have to dream because we can't lose hope. IDS has done so much. As a child of IDS, a lot has been done, but reflection and reimagining and seeing where can we make a difference? We have to be bold. When we don't have resources, we've got to ask. There's resources flying around even in this country. People who don't know what to do with money. we get bold and we package our information in a very committed manner. Somebody mentioned the whole issue of research and advocacy. In one of the evaluations I did recently for REPOA, which is a think tank policy institute, when it came to the question of research versus advocacy, they were very clear. They said, we cannot do advocacy. We can only do research and package it so that the other organizations, including NGOs and civil society, can now spread the gospel. But this came from the people, the wananchi, saying those people are very busy doing research and they're working closely with the government, but we don't know what they're doing. So that repackaging, particularly for consumption, so that there's demand, relevant demand, but packaged separately. So IDS can also say we are going to reduce and redesign our output for different audiences, for policy, for civil society, for the common person, and also translate some of these documents. So there's a lot of reflection, reimagining, rethinking in light of the celebrations that we are celebrating in the 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right.
I think, Professor Grace, you've left it at a very good point where you're beginning to show meaningful participation. And the issue of inclusion, I think the word inclusion is used, for lack of a better word, just to indicate that there in this discourse of development, there needs to be the ability to have everyone participating. People know what they want. At a bottom-up approach rather than a top-down approach sometimes is what is needed. And I think that if you look at the discourses we are having in our social spaces, and I can't remember who just said it a while back, that the kinds of discussions that are happening, yes, there's a lot of bile out there, but there's a lot of issue-based discussions that are now going out. And I want to attribute this to the work of the civil society, because and people are knowing and talking about issues much more than just people. So this partnership then needs to continue in the way that the research is done. The agency, again, the word agency was used and I like it, to ensure that then dissemination happens at different levels, because most of the time research is disseminated at a very elitist level that the everyday person is not able to grasp what you're saying. So if I have a report like that, and I've worked around policy, I've sat in boards, parastatals, and we are interpreting policy, we are not able to even get how do I derive what action steps I need to take? So meaningful participation is important, and then the partnership then comes to play the role so that the different state of society, the information is disseminated in ways that can be absorbed and can be applied.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for the panelists? I think it's a good opportunity for us to hand back the mic to the moderator, the MC. And as he comes, we remember the homework we have been given on the books we should read, but also those concepts of participation, partnership, and dissemination and utilization of research, and also questioning concepts like inclusion, like Manyasa has said, and also thinking in terms of increasingly seeing the end and imagining the future is very important. Asanteni sana, all the best. Back to the chair.
Great, thank you so much. Please do not leave the stage yet. And from the discussions we've had with this afternoon panel, as well as the morning panel, we now realize that the fabric of development must constantly be woven by stronger threads of research. And we appreciate the discourse we've had. I think getting to that point, I would like to inform the panelists here, as well as those that were in the morning session, the panelists, that we have some gift hampers for you. And I think they'll be issued they're being brought by, yes, all right. So you'll bring them over. The panelists for the morning session, we'll start with the morning session panelists. I'll call Professor Mitula and Professor Kamau. We have the cameraman. Oh, all right, great. So we have. Okay. So we'll have a photo of this panel and then they get the gifts. Yeah, okay.
You want them to
come here.
Yeah, we'll give one by one.
All right. So we'll start with can we start? All right. So let's have our panelists.
Okay.
Dr. Manyasa. Dr. Manyasa, Executive Director, Usawa Agenda. Thank you so much, sir. Look at the camera. Thank you so much, sir, for the riveting discussions. Next, we have Professor Chege. Professor Michael Chege, Research Professor, University of Nairobi. Thank you so much. Great. Thank you so much, Professor. Next, we have Dr. Grace Ongile, a recipient of the Order of the Grand Warrior. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Asante sana. Next, we have Madam Bright. Ms. Bright Oyuaya, consultant, JRSP.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Bright. A valiant warrior. Thank you so much. Great. Great. Next, we have Mr. Jackson, Mr. John Joker. Yeah. Thank you so much for moderating this afternoon session. It has also gone very well. Thank you so much, Mr. John Joker. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes.
Great. Professor Alila. Yeah, Professor Alila. Professor Alila, please, we request your presence here to receive your gift. Thank you for moderating that session.
He made sure everybody was online. we have to face like this. No? These are
All right. Thank you so much, Prof, for that excellent moderation in the afternoon. Alan. All right. Great. Now we have Professor Sam Hickey. Yeah. Professor Sam Hickey, the keynote speaker. Thank you so much, Professor. That's been a quite a riveting keynote speech. Thank you so much. Right. Great. So we think we'll get to have a group photo. Yeah.
All of us.
All the recipients.
Yes. Sit over there. Sit over there. You are. Amma, you want them to come here? Where do you want?
The others. Yeah. The others on the.
Okay. We can stand behind them. I want to stand here now. Here. I'm not trying to answer. Yeah.
Right. Great. Thank you so much. I also understand that for the rest of the guests, you will have a gift hamper for you, some takeaway for for the session. So please, before you leave, make sure that you get to have your gift right at the back. Great. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. We get to the end of the day. Asanteni sana. For tomorrow, I pray that we meet early enough. We start at 8:30 for registration, and we'll endeavor to keep time. So by 9 sharp, the first session will be commencing. Thank you so much. You've made everything a success today. Asanteni sana.
Yeah.